right? Not right explanation for exactly. And then the fourth question. You see, the current matters a law to prevent fermentation. So when fermentation is place, it becomes in place. And that's probably why you see it can be hard in plantain, so that it's going to keep it fine to get the following morning. So by the following morning, when on the next day, people will arrive afternoon or the evening, you will take make it not coming into place, turning into perhaps sugar to eat, and becomes something like, and if only you have this powder to eat, it will turn into something like a company that I don't know, mentioned the other time. So the maybe the problem that we have with the following thing, it can be decided to start that lead. People believe it simply use. Now I want to talk about what we call the 5 minutes of the session that will come.
My name is Circularity from the Department of Early Childhood and Educational Education, University of I'm going to present integrating African culture to early childhood education for sustainable curricular economy. The question is why do we need to integrate this African culture? Mostly because of this item increase on food wastage. Most of those who presented yesterday, they can find that an increase in food wastage. We now experience more inflation by variety foods, installation of food quality. I had an instance that I saw a young man. I asked him, can you tell me where we get yam from? And he told me that he's being lost for the food. It's not like mango, it's being lost for the food. So these and many more other than discussed yesterday are actually part of why we need to introduce African food culture into any way to be able to master. And I want to emphasize that African does not need to inform the idea of circular economy. You only need to remember this. Yeah, it was said and it was emphasized yesterday. That's all we did, that's all we practice, and it's even related to what was said there. Thank you, sir. So, but we find out that now operating this Indian model, the model of don't take it of the shop, make it of it, contribute and dispose. So, it's not a Indian model. We are practicing now in production. Just say they consume dispose, we are not bothered about what happened. We are advocating to move the circular model, which actually emphasizing is use it, reuse it, then regenerate. Then culture. This is not another definition. It is the wisdom of an average African man that talks about food processing, everything that involves in food processing. Sexuality was discussed yesterday. We eat food that are essential, that are existing, and we was created Africans. They are always having one fruit at a time, per session. There is no season that will come up that will not have one unique fruits that will come up. Also in intercropping, where they are practicing farming, they plant different forms of crops, and that enriches the ground. Seed saving, they have their culture way that we save seeds. Then we have one of them was even discussing that. I was so glad that most of what we're discussing they are interwoven. We have ways by which we serve our food for ownership sharing. So it's also discovered discussed yesterday that even in the community, they share things. When they're having issues, they go to another person. I want to plant this, I'm even short of seeds, and it will be shared. But what we have in place, organization is majorly an issue. Nobody wants to name it majorly. And us migrating to the urban is actually depriving of many things. Globalization. They are all now getting the same type of food. And taking over our stores. Lots of indigenous knowledge. Somebody said their sons even had the way some things are being prepared before. So why any child education? My own area. Yes, that is where we come out. You want anything that will last, take it to your children. We use them as a source of passing information and house their parents. When you teach them anything in the classroom, they will get home. They will tell their parents, oh, this is what my teacher said. So anything that between, let me try to focus on children between 0 to 8. That's very valued and shared. You want them to respect, you want them to have a vision of what belongs to them, indigenous knowledge, during their years. Identity and development during their years. Then learning is exponential. We take them to the farm, let them learn how to do. And that's what takes me to the last aspect. How indexes are achieved. Number one, we should introduce new gardens. We're growing up. Almost all the schools have school gardens. That has been taken over now by the cemented environment we have in storytelling. Like this is a union in that was discussed. We can never children tell them, when you read this is what stands to do. True stories, then cooking activities. Now, I'm probably this. We have a Montessori section in my school where we teach children, because part of all Montessori is that we should teach them to cook. What are we cooking? Indomie. So we should engage them in cooking this. Indigenous meal days should be introduced into the food system. When you have them main food, they will still bring rice, they will bring fried rice for a long while. And with that, we are not encouraging them to develop this food culture, family partnership. When I presented for my colleague yesterday, I said in any childhood, we do not operate in isolation. We operate with the family. Because if you are not getting the parents along with it, you might teach the children in the classroom. By the time they get home and the parents say this is what we have, there is nothing cannot do. Then to get this achieved, policy cannot don't. We cannot overemphasize, because even the teacher can have the knowledge. If it is not included in the policy, African culture should be part of what we emphasize in the policy. Local feeding, community collaboration. We did what we learned. That's why we emphasize that what it is and what we want. Thank you very much.
But I think underlying problem, you finally have public schools that have primary schools that are functioning. So most of these schools are now private schools, and private schools they maximize profit. So they are not interested in your programming, in doing what you have. Just in Lagos, you will be surprised the kind of schools you have. So what do you think you can?
Why we say? Yeah, public schools are that still function.
But why? Okay, they are having the own school.
Yes, and we realized our faults, and we started the advocacy that what is our own
So, like,
we started with local foods. They are not started they are not started in started in foods. Now, but some of them that is something they are really important. But the problem is enforcement and implementation. If the monitoring units of the Ministry of Education, before you can register in school, they have a guideline. But most times is that the picture was on paper with that all those. But if you can enforce all these purpose, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to take that. Thank you very much for all the data. We have another one. How we want to circularity system. I like it, right? You don't know the list of signal, not a short stop or what you do. I hand over to the moderator of the session. Just clap one and then it's my wow and
Good morning, everybody. I said good morning this morning. So I welcome everyone to Secular Business. My name is Maiwa Oke, Secretary for ASAP, which is African Secular Economy Research and Growth Network. For this session. I know this session is not just some of us, but those that are just for the first time. One thing was there's for the business, the several business for an amazing platform. Shows successful secular businesses, entrepreneurs who are driving impact in the community. The secular business world probably hosted a lot of Africa conference. So what is ELFA? ELFA stands for Household Empowerment and Learning Reproductive. ELFA is a program program that engages that equips individuals, households, and communities in maximizing on the social by maximizing available resources for sustainability. For example, as well as talking about waste. So, for example, one everyday waste. So, agricultural or agriculture or a sustainable circular economy. So we'll be spotlighting the practical forest growth and cellular innovations for our course. So with me today, I have three dynamic entrepreneurs who are driving the past that pieces. So feel free to prepare your questions. Enjoy this session. So let me introduce our dynamic panelists. So first of these, I am Mr. Jacob Brian Fair Abiodun. He's a mechanical engineer and a neural innovator, founder of So Limited. So Limited is a Chinese manufacturing company because of transforming Nigeria, not by trade, preparatory and regional technologies. Circularity business model of zero waste as for every first. So showing me how that change over where okay, our next analysis is photovoltaic. Well, I'm more changing. That's what I'm saying. So, Dr. Adeoye found that for our research at over 15 years. Okay, so we have a relevant important discuss their experience. You know, she's CEO at the Technical Practice 360 a food processing and packaging company that focus on just foods, vegetables, and spices. Make them global company. The organization related with joining our our last category, which should be joining our online. Media is a co-founder of a team design and transform. She has recognized as the climate champion in leadership advocacy. She was at the intersection of sustainability, access to the social
Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege, a great privilege to be here attending this amazing conference with everyone. It's a great privilege to be here. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Good morning.
You are what inspired
Right, thank you so much. So my name is Jacob. And I'm so happy to be here with this CEO, but also what we basically do is maybe about value chain, trying to just keep technology that are helping farmers to also constant and move the shells or this whole plot rather than using the format inspired. It's our intellectual property, so it's indigenous things for value chain. Along with that, we also plan lists of the coconut also to value like who needs who fiber and so how we really product which is about us. That's basically what we want. And what has allowed us to solve various things. So this program should be the visual program and it's basically what they need to buy the oil and other parts. So we thought we want to opportunity to create new revenue, new jobs, and also bring in more viewers.
So my journey into about 10 years ago, I was working as a research officer in the Federal Research Institute. I saw that so many more exotic fruits and vegetables which we consume in Nigeria inferior nutritional and therapeutic properties compared to our indigenous fruit. Example, agbalumo, yeye, oro, these are fruits that are our own. They are indigenous to Africa and back to Nigeria. So I tweeted out about research on this indigenous fruit and vegetables. And over the years, even after I left the research institute and moved to the university and worked on indigenous fruits, vegetables, and spices. And I can tell you with evidence and research evidence to show that these fruits are super powerhouse of nutritional benefits that we so underutilized and underexploited. As a lecturer, you are told that your job is to just teach and write papers. But I felt that not even saying a paper after the paper from the job will do nothing to help their propagation and their business. So I think to commercialize this product. Now, take the exhibition where you go, the identity, let me go planning, take the vector, and take off the product. And see that people are not looking at they are not already operating on group. That was the reason I on my life over here. And I can say that the reception for this product are taking the products from just production, replacing, products from a alone and have about 10 products that are developed. Some of them have been commercial, have been registered in Lanka, SOA, and then have and the idea is to keep our job be on shelf and all over the world, 65% comparable to what is probably happening today.
Sorry, I can't hear you clearly.
Can you tell us about what?
Okay, to tell you about what we do at Kicker Technologies. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I am grateful. It's great being here. At Kicker Technologies, we see circularity as more than environmental sustainability. We see it as more than just providing cooking fuel Kicker stove, biofuel gel for clean cooking. Can you hear me? Am I clear? Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. So at Kicker Technologies, we do more than just producing cleaner cooking fuel and Kicker stove, the clean cook stove. So we see circularity as more than, environmental sustainability. So we also make sure it covers economic stability, energy sustainability, and human sustainability. So what makes us unique is that we do not simply distribute clean cook stove like I mentioned. We build circular systems where waste becomes fuel. So water hyacinth, sawdust, the waste that the society term as waste and dangerous is converted into cooking fuel for cleaner cooking to reduce carbon emission in the society. We also make sure that we have a distribution network that our communities, different communities participate in. They earn a living, 90% of which are women, and then in the process, they earn carbon credits from all the carbon emissions that have been sequestrated by using our Kicker Clean Cook Stove and biofuel gel. So from converting biomass waste into clean biofuel gel, we also people use the products that are termed or produced from what is termed as waste and danger. So for us, circularity is not a theory, it is a practical model for reducing emission, creating livelihood, improving health outcomes, and expanding clean energy access across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, all the introduction, we are already out there in the market. We are not of just of the universe evidence of yes, how circularity in Africa. I was going through PM dollar account. I realized that circularity is the she took this product access, access space. So those are things, those are the circularities that people actually do. I don't know if anybody knows about their circularity. They also did their product and I said that she was there also. So then now into the specific questions of people. How do we ensure that this will have all farmers, like
Thank you so much. So, I don't think everyone knows what is called open fiber. It's just to, it's just so that it's not commonly known by us or I know many researchers. So open is the substrate that you get from the boss of coconut. When you get your coconut, the coconut has a fibrous part, right? That fibrous part, what binds it together is like a process. That process for the culture. And Nigeria is greenhouse farmers and everyone that uses Nigeria as of today, mostly for their crop. Yeah, Indonesia, they're reforming and they're show how bad for us who believes in change is for our culture. But then they are still wanting them to so in Nigeria, we decided to let this matter of challenge because people don't have. So here farmers are not buying for policy, like even the simple area of us. Right? Because of the same for you to do that, it is standard that we would pass it and yours all our technology that is all our grocery machine we have, our machine we have, and more have 10 tons in the last 9 months of our operation. This is to show how much of production and waste we have provided in the coconut value chain. Every month we bring in over 4 tons of coconut waste. We recently started about 3 months ago to bring in over 4 tons of coconut waste from Baghdadi. Now we're expanding to other regions and planting coconut. But the adoption was not convincing these guys that we can do this thing locally was difficult. Educating farmers on the use of coconut for their work. And why we do this because finding solutions, the previous doctor that was speaking about initially about that, right? All our home style and time. The challenge before sand soil for planting is difficult to access in some regions. What is the alternative to that soil? But you know that so that's why I feel like
So my question for all these scholars is that if you have anti-oxidative communities introduced.
All right, thank you very much. The next post-harvest loss figure for fruits in Nigeria is about 50 to 60%, translating to losses in economic value, in nutritional value, and ultimately resulting in food insecurity. Now, our work on indigenous fruits, e.g. African star apple, also known as agbalumo, it encompasses the whole value chain. In that, at present, nobody is planting agbalumo tree. Nobody is planting a tree. They are gradually going into extinction. And even the villages, towns where they have competitive production advantage for these fruits, they are selling up the lands to build estates. And it's also known that the trees are good for furniture. So they're gradually cutting down all these trees. Now, what we are doing is to preserve biodiversity, to encourage the planting, the processing of these fruits. Now, what we do from agbalumo, for example, I said we have about 10 different products that we have developed, standardized. So what we do is we have some products from the peel, we have some from the pulp, we have some from the seed coats, and we have some from the seed itself. So every part of the fruit is actually useful for something. Now, for our own business, we find it a bit challenging as well as exciting because it is a green area. We are, well, to the best of our knowledge, we are the first to actually commercialize this kind of products from agbalumo. So what we do from the peel, we have developed agbalumo tea. Now, it is known, evidence-based, known that the peel of fruits contains the nutritional value the important nutrients are concentrated in the peel of any fruits. So what we have done is to develop seed, the dry product and seed bag from the agbalumo peel. We have also developed fruit fiber for those that would want to include it in baked products. So we have the fruit fiber from the peel. So from the pulp, we have developed the jam, the juice, the candy, the dry one. Then we also have chewing gum. I currently have a PhD student working on chewing gum from agbalumo. So, and the projects, you know, I said I'm an academician. The projects I give students are not just projects. If it does not have commercial value, if it is not targeted at solving a particular problem that somebody is willing to pay for me, it is not a project you will do with me. So, like I said, the student is working on the commercial agbalumo chewing gum, and we have a drink that we have produced from the seed coat, that whitish seed, the coat around the agbalumo seed. We have developed a drink from it. In short, that drink does not need any sweetener at all. It is exceptionally sweet. It comes out like yogurt. Yeah, so we do that. And then the seed itself, well, my company don't extract the oil, but I sell to a company that does oil extraction from the seed. And I also have other researchers in other departments. For example, I have somebody in mechanical engineering, I have somebody in wood products engineering, I have somebody in the Department of Chemistry that use the seed. So every part of the fruits, none is wasted. From the beginning to the end, the one I cannot use, I sell, I make money from it. So it's a whole, a circular business that every part of it is useful. And I want to use this forum to encourage us. You see all these supplements, all these tablets, antihypertensive, anti-diabetic drugs. What agbalumo will do for you is much more than what drugs will do without the side effects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So much. So while she was talking, I just remembered that she made mention of extinction of the indigenous fruits. So we can all relate this to what we did at the one of the conference where we went to plant trees at the botanical garden and zoological garden. These are what we try to do just to like improve circularity, so that we can have more indigenous fruits and we don't really have to have extinction of fruits in Africa. So while she said that, I remembered Mr. Shopwell, who is the coordinator of COPS. He has a garden in the box. So I just thought of, coconut pits can also package something like that. So I don't know if maybe after the session, you can just get the contact of Mr. Shopwell's garden in the box. Okay, thank you very much. So for those joining us, this is Circularity Business Forum. It's being hosted by ELPS. So we have 3 panelists here, Coconut Limited, British Fruit Solution, and then Keynotes Technologies. So to you, Mrs. Lillian, can you hear us?
Clearly, it's better. Thank you.
Hello?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Okay, so you have designed, you track cooking fuel usage using the AI.
Come again. Sorry.
Okay, I said, how do you track cooking fuel usage using the AI you designed?
Okay, awesome. So what happens is the Kika AI design is actually supposed to ensure that customers or users have an easy access to purchasing or getting their fuel. So Kika AI as a chatbot on WhatsApp ensures that people can easily send a message like you're chatting with your friend on WhatsApp to say, hi, where can I get the next biofuel? I'm living in Surulere or I'm in Akwa Ibom. I need biofuels. I need gas, because gas is relatively now certified as clean energy, right? So Kike AI is a chatbot that ensures that vendors are connected with users. So from Kike AI, the reason why we went straight into AI is the future, technology is the future. It's best that anyone who is into any business should look into the future and tap into these technologies to leverage and increase or scale their businesses. So Kike AI is to ensure that people have access to products, and also it helps track your fuel usage. So for instance, if you get a biofuel gel of 5 liters, it asks you if you want the Kike AI to help you predict your usage, either gas or biofuel. You just feed it with information like the day you filled your gas or the day you bought your biofuel, how many times you cook a day, and every other information it requests for. And then it would predict a time that your fuel will likely finish. That's the tracking part of Kike AI. And when it is close to the time where your fuel or your gas or your biofuel is supposed to finish, it will send you an alert to inform you that your gas or your cooking fuel is about to finish. And then you also have access to the closest vendor nearest to you. So most people will have to carry their gas cylinders and go far away to, buy fuel, or buy fuel, go far away to get their biofuel, when they can only chat on a WhatsApp and it is free to get access to the closest vendor nearest to them. So these and many more are the things that Kike AI does. Apart from the kitchen assistance, it gives you recipe. If you have any allergy, you have any condition, it will give you meals tailored to your specific needs and body system to help you manage your conditions or help you with your diet. If you are dieting, any other thing, it can also help you plan yourself. You have 5K, for instance, you want to buy, you want to cook egusi soup, and you're wondering, will this money be enough for me? How do I manage this fund to be able to achieve all I need to achieve and cook my food? Kike AI will give you a list of how you can buy your food or market stuff to be able to achieve your goal of preparing your egusi soup, and many more options, all on WhatsApp chat. So I've answered the question of it helping you tracking your fuel. When you give it information, it predicts the time your fuel is likely to finish, and it follows up with you. For those using gas, it's even more fun because we now have like an hardware on your gas cylinder. You can track your fuel usage at every cooking. Once you finish cooking, you know how much gas is left. You know when your gas is leaking. You can control your gas cylinder from anywhere you are on your phone. Turn it off and on, and a whole lot more that Kike AI has to offer. A perfect kitchen assistance to help everyone, mothers, men, anyone, to cook perfectly. Thank you so much. Hello. Hello.
The audience. If I move on to the next one. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Salami and I actually want to talk about the abandonment as a constitutional document. I have a publishing plan on the antibacterial activities of the pea. So, but recently I just got to know that this particular herbal we're talking about has high concentration of oxalates, and then it affects the kidney or something. So I've not really gone into literature to get more of that. But I want to ask, have you made any step to get to make that so that the people consuming the product won't have any issue? Then secondly, just on a lighter mode, that you're talking about the extinction of the tree. People, traditionally would be like a berry, so maybe that was why they were cutting them. But they have these mats, and they always carry them back. People collect it and get to the child. So maybe that was why they had to cut off. Apart from what people that think that they are building for space or whatever. So I'm not thinking in and out, and it shows comments on that because of what I read in literature. But actually, the person is the first one, the authors that have said the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a publication 2019 where I worked on the phytochemicals in tissue fractions in the beverages extracted from tissue fractions of agbalumo, the peel, the pulp, the seed coats. And from that study, I can't remember exactly the values I got, but I discovered that processing, especially heat treatment, completely deactivates the oxalate content in the peel. So since it's not something that people that eat it fresh, you don't eat much of it at once, so the permissible limit is not reached by eating it fresh. And by processing, where you have more volume processing it should go through would have reduced the oxalate level to acceptable limits. And then for the egbere under the agbalumo tree, I'm hearing it for the first time actually. Yeah, I'm hearing it for the first time. I'm not aware of that. But beyond the sentiment, I think that the major reason is because there are no end user industrial demand for the fruits. Because what actually, let me quickly share this if I have time. How I got into agbalumo research. It was in 2011. My daughter likes agbalumo a lot because she eats chewing gum and I don't approve of chewing gum. So she developed love for agbalumo because of chewing gum. So that particular day, I remember I was driving through Oje Market. Oje is a major fruit market in Ibadan. And then it was agbalumo season. I saw it all over, so I passed by. And I remember that year, they put about 10 or 15, and the woman said 20 naira. I was like, how is it that cheap? She now said something that stayed with me since then. She said, I saw baskets of spoiled agbalumo. She said she was going to pay to throw them away, to dispose them. Now, she now said, kasi around to man low, what she low song. Around to finish juice, to finish clinic on, where for him a budget by. See that thing she said sparked off something in my head that I trained as a food technologist. This is the job I'm trained to do. So that particular day, I bought a whole basket. Then I was still working at FIRO, that's Federal Institute of Industrial Research in Lagos. So I bought a basket, I took it to FIRO. I called my IT students, the purpose working with me, let's start producing whatever we can develop from this. And that was where it started. So I believe that these things are going extinct. People are selling off the trees, selling off the land, because there is no significant end user industrial demand. If somebody is paying them every year for it, they won't sell. So beyond Egbere, I think what we are doing is gradually contributing to biodiversity and the places where we collect agbalumo right now, we pay them annually. We pay for the tree annually. So when they see the harvest and bring for us, next year they call us, Madam, things like that. So I think that is the way to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Samas. My name is Bukola Omotosho.
So, sir, I want to be clear. You mentioned that as an alternative using soil, that we can use products from coconuts, if I'm right? Like the first, sorry, the cocoa beans here, thank you. I want to be so sure. You know, there are some, I know of okay, planting on water and things like that, but there are some plants that you can't just say you want to plant on water or you want to plant on cocoa beans, like you said, like maybe maize or trees, like all these fruits, all these trees that grow and are very tall. So what's the clarity on that? And also for this is Lillian, if I'm right. I know you mentioned water hyacinth, yes, which is very, very it like blocks the waterways and things like that. And I know you also mentioned sawdust. Like, so do you combine both together or their ratios? And then what are the okay, you don't okay. So I just want to have clarity on that because you know we have options for all these things and to be clear because you know when you're saying we are not using we don't want to use the normal gas. So we have to be so sure so that the cooking gas that we get, definitely you have maybe like a cooking stove that you sell with your cooking gas, or are they using it directly with the homemade cooking gas? Because I'm very sure it will block, you know, the ratio are always different percentage and things like that. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for that question. And we get that question all the time. So one of the things we do or that we encourage is that for cocoa pits, many of the guys that use it often use it for vegetable farming. So you want to do your nurseries, you want to grow your habanero, greenhouses use it for, greenhouses do that, use it more for their greenhouse rather than soil use it. But for smallholder international seedlings, so they want to grow tomato, habanero, onions, and many things like that. But I did a research with my dad last year, and we got two sack of rice, 2 bag of rice. That sack, and we made it to the people to filled it to the brim, and planted yam, and it did well. That was the first time doing it, right? So the second trial was now trying it with onions, and it did fine. So that's to say that I've not tried it for trees, right? But then I can say that if you try it, you might get your results, right? I'm not trying it. I'm not an agronomist. I'm just an engineer. But the truth is, if I try for yam and it does so fine, then if you try it for other crops, it should do so fine. We have a farmer that bought it for ginger. He wanted to use it for his ginger farm in Kano State, right? And since he has bought it, he's requesting for more. So that means it is working for him in his ginger farm. So it is saying that cocoa pits can do many of those things, but because people are still adamant, like maybe because of the cost. Yes, bringing it into Nigeria as of today in the market, 5 kg is about 15,000, 17, but we don't sell at that price because we produce it locally, so we make it very much affordable. So we are buying a large quantity from us, we give at 10,000 for 5 kg. If we are buying large quantity, 9,000, yeah, we are still very much flexible with our price just to make it affordable and accessible.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I mentioned water hyacinth, sawdust. These are the different biomass wastes that you can use to produce your biofuel. And we also have the cassava waste, we have the sugarcane waste, aside from water hyacinth. So our major focus is because Lagos, we produce in Lagos, and there's a lot of water hyacinth on the waterways, and so we use specifically water hyacinth. We do not mix sawdust and water hyacinth. So I don't know if that answers your question or there's more.
Our time is off, so you can meet them for questions. Sorry. Thank you so much, everybody, for the questions. Thank you, Dr. Adibega. Thank you, Mr. Jacob, and thank you, Mrs. Lillian. And see you all in our October series webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we need to go for quick break. Some of us have not had a break, right? So we'll go for quick break for because the next session with the keynote address will be online. The center will be going on online. So we would like to delay that session. Is that okay? Steve? I have to be facing the camera. All right, thank you very much. Let's go for quick break. Oh, group photo with the panelists here. You can do that.
I should be captured in the photos, please.
Oh,
I should not be left behind. Thank you.
Fabrications, the form and machines and the cell was done was developed by anything we understood we must put your and working with that's the nature of the man. What it say which one is using to so it's not just an photo, it's everywhere. Anything that creates electricity, bring it and solve the problem and make sure that we see that so that's just
Thank you so much.
Yeah. My value proposition has not use any service, any activity, any software. That's what I said. You didn't finish from here. What are value? Okay, so
Okay, good morning once again. So we have our second panelist trying to and I saw a product when we came for the session, and that was wow, that's valuable project. Fruit juice and no preservative, no added sugar. This is just pure. So we're asking our questions for beginners that want to go into the economy and potentials they have there and what they can get from it. So I'll next. Let's start again. Okay, I am Oliver once again, student of SESTEF, and we are here to learn more about circular economy and now the food, African food culture. Now, Dr. Polashade is here because he's an expert in the food technology industry, and also she is an entrepreneur creating fruits from agbalumo. Agbalumo, that's African star, yes, African star apple. So she converts African star apple to juice, and this last month, yes, okay, 2 weeks, yes. Now you see, agbalumo no preservative, no sugar, and we can sustain that. Wow. So we're asking a question on beginners that want to go into this. Possibilities there. So I'm going to that.
I'll also answer this on your.
Yes, all right. Thank you very much. Formal workers, like once you said, in partnership, I would say that Nigerian workers, especially by mistakes, maybe communities or communal land access. I would say that it's a challenge for formal value chains, like even formal. For where you have processors, structured intelligence, easier. Compared to the small that involved in the value chain. Protects the folks, the people that work from about make sure that we tentatively assess. Okay, so we make sure that the values that are giving us, we quantify it based on the statistics of what is available around. So, for example, now people that I buy my fresh skills, localities where they have competitive and we make sure that we buy compensate them for bringing so we collect the resources, pay them value. And also things that work for us, in peeling, in processing, but I mean, they work so it's competitive price for payment. Trying to do. So your second question asked about entry point. Yes. So I would say that I said on the final discussion. People have genuine problems. We were able to provide solution to that problem. Then you can able to bring down the pay for that solution. So for example, when the same balance put it down of this because they feel that the price will not be the correct annually, set it to the market, not okay, they sell the land or increase, they get more. They will only sell it for the same thing and value. Okay, I'm going to release. Yeah, now keep it. We have provided a solution to a problem they have. And then money comes from it. So consider for youths at growing areas as problems that people have. The agricultural problem is any problems in the agriculture chain, in the food chain, also and took a picture of the car coming from
Praveen said that from the and I talked about automated value chain in Nigeria. And the discussions that came up for me, that automated happens, let's not talk about using plastic. It's about maximizing space. It's about profit for people. The problem is cost and cost. The one that pay for all this ecosystem, all the loss they get, without improving this is loss. It's a unreal only way. So for you, not say this or that, I would say I would like to make this so I know there are limitations around there's another thing that so it's just to have that, so no less than yes. So thank you very much. I'll use this as an example. I'll say that I studied performance and that aspect initially is being leveraged payment costs, make a lot of losses, a lot of like when I'm just run this thing. The passion and the vision of one thing when the private house. They have not denied the passion was not enough. Passion will not be reduced. Passion will not be your passion. So I will not the knowledge. Because the people who are facing entrepreneurs, and knowledge of how to sharp knowledge of the direct company, I'll take note to see actually profiting, and get more less sick on money. Carrying the right knowledge against but I don't have my boyfriend maybe was I was not there when you showed that. For each class, for each changing the it was So even if somebody without putting objective checks to make them happy. You know, so you don't have to define you don't get it always. You have to want to and you can't say I've known this, I've worked with man making the work. So the same thing I want to find. Yeah, they have different theology, so they don't know your system in yeah, so not to create systems, not to fit things, but not to make it agreeable to the thought. So it's not just not that we are adding sugar to it. I just want to be any foundation that some should just taste and go there. It's meant to so some other
Don't do that video.
Yes, this was a quick picture. Sorry.
Definitely supplies the economy very good locally and globally. And we have seen the need that it's not only to do it, but to look at how African culture has started and now we are learning a lot about how to use, how to integrate, how to reuse, making sure that everything we cover and look like products is left behind. So now we are engaging actually principles on their own experience and on how we have been able to shape our economic extent to make it economically useful, environmental friendly, and socially sustainable. So now I'll be moving to my.
Okay, so you had so much to learn. And on the quality every day. First day was pre-planned everywhere we look to like a couple of years. So like the second day we have the conference, like too many speakers, so many presenters. Thought we get reflection from waste management to food security and so many like that. And I'm very sure most of the participants here have learned, and we've learned so much of the panelists. They shared one knowledge, what they have done, and their experience. So thank you so much for doing this with us. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, and still in the morning. I want to apologize profusely that we're bringing your session now. We had a long session in the morning, and we thought it would be healthy to have a break, health break, to refresh before coming for your session. So now we are ready to take your session. Natalie, can you hear me, please? Can you confirm you can hear us? Can you hear me, please?
Hi.
Can you hear me, please? Natalie?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. We know that we would have loved to be here in person, but because of certain activities that you are involved now, you are unable to join us. But thank God for technology. We are able to bring you to the room virtually. As we are aware, we started since Tuesday with the tree planting to offset the carbon for the conference. And yesterday we started with 2 keynote addresses, and you are the last keynote presenter. And the audience is waiting eagerly to receive your presentation. We know that you interface with the academia and the society, the practitioner, and we are sure that your presentation today will help us to bridge that gap. So without much ado, I'd like to welcome you to the presentation. Your time starts now. If you can present within 30 minutes so that we have another 15 minutes for Q&A, that would be lovely. Thank you. Roll.
Great. Great. Let me get to it. I'll try and share the presentation now. Can everyone see it?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me. Get to this slideshow. Okay, I'll just turn my video off for bandwidth. Does that work? Okay, I'll try and speed through this presentation, but thanks so much for including me in this event. I've been in Nigeria now about 8 years. So the Circularity Africa conferences are something since I've been here that I've really been following with a lot of interest, and I look forward to them every year. And even this time, it's a privilege to me to be able to contribute, even if it's from a distance. So I have 20 minutes, as I've been told by the chief cat herder. And I want to use this time to tell you about something we've been developing, which is an initiative called the Circular Bridge Project. And I want to explain why I think the people in this room are exactly the people it need to be in conversation with. So I'll just proceed. So before we begin, I just want to say my apologies again that I can't be here in Oshogbo. So a conference like this, where researchers are presenting serious work and practitioners exchanging experience, it was nice to listen in while I was waiting for the program to start about a practitioner who is working with organic materials. So just always seeing that there is this exchange between the professional community and researchers is really really important, and I think that deserves a room, not a screen. So I hope that the ideas that I want to share today will do something to bridge that distance. And it just was not possible this time for me to come to Oshogbo in person. I'm also genuinely glad to be speaking to this particular gathering The Circularity Africa Conference and the ACER-PIN network has built something that is, I think, harder to achieve than it looks. It's a sustained African-led effort that makes circular economy thinking rigorous, evidence-based, and connected across borders. So the last conference was in Benin. And now going to another region in Nigeria is really something fantastic. And this doesn't happen without years of consistent work. And it's truly exceptional that the conference is now on the last stretch of its first decade of service. This is really a testament to the organizers and to the qualities of students and researchers that are pursuing circular economy research. I suspect that many of you are not that familiar with what the Circular Business Platform is, so I'll just try and explain briefly what we do. We're an independent organization that promotes investment in circular businesses in Nigeria. It's the Consulate General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands is a key partner of this platform. So we work substantially to connect to Nigerian circular economy enterprises with Dutch expertise, capital, and markets, but not limited to Dutch. We also work with the Germans and the Canadians and Swiss and so forth as well to do the same thing. We also support businesses to scale through trade facilitation and capacity building. We also we try to build ecosystems and bring together government, industry, academia, and development finance institutions so that we can really create these enabling conditions for circular businesses to exist and to thrive and to grow. So the entry point for this conversation is an event that we convened in February of this year, which is called the Nigeria Circular Economy Week. It was held in Lagos from the 16th to the 19th of February. And the theme of this specific week was called Turning Challenges into Markets. It brought together over 647 participants across 5 different work streams. So that included policy, trade facilitation, SME development, investment, and research. And across those 4 days, there was two tripartite memoranda of understanding that were signed. The Circular Economy Impact Fund was formally launched, and there was 19 sessions that generated a significant body of new relationships and commitments to build a circular ecosystem in Nigeria. And I'm going to focus on one of those work streams. It's the research work stream, because it's the one that connects the most directly to this conference. And it's what we are building on from that I want to share with you today. So in this work stream, it involved actually someone that is known to many of you, or I guess all of you, because he's introduced me, is a founder of the ACER-PIN network, and that's Wale Olayide. And working with Wale and other academics and businesses, we developed a structured research boot camp where the focus was to identify early career Nigerian researchers working on circular economy topics and give them some methodology training, presentation training, expert mentorship, and field visits to circular economy operations. We then worked to prepare them to pitch their proposals to an industry academic panel, who then selected the best presentations based on not only the rigor of their research, but the potential for that research to turn into an applied solution. 3 prizes were awarded, totaling 1.7 million naira. And these prizes were supported by industry, so including Nestle, Coca-Cola, and even a private contributor who was excited by this process, contributed to it as well. The research in this specific boot camp focused on waste to energy, textile circularity, decentralized waste data systems, plastics policy, and industrial byproduct valorization. And we had these topics were selected in relation to very specific industry challenges that businesses wanted to sort out. So we, based on this, we targeted about 15 applications because we felt these were very niche challenges, and we received more than 60. I believe that some of the participants at this boot camp are also presenting at the conference today, which is really exciting. So 60 plus applications when we were aspiring for 15, that's something really encouraging. And it's a signal that told us three things. And I think that signal, in addition to the excitement of businesses to want to contribute to the prizes and to actively contribute challenges, really told us something. First, that there's an appetite. Researchers who want to work on, there's researchers who want to work on circular economy problems, and they're waiting for a structure to do that. And there's equally a demand for researchers to address those problems. Secondly, we saw that there was capacity. The research that we saw come through, it was serious, and our team is still working with the researchers from that bootcamp to support them in any way they can to complete their research. So early career researchers, we feel from this experience, showed us that they can do industry relevant work when they're given the structure, when they're given the mentorship, and then there's an audience to really soundboard and help them continue their work. Thirdly, there's a need. The topics that we saw that were covered, they were seen as urgent. They were seen as unresolved by business. These were not themes just chosen out of the air. They were really practical problems that had an owner who wanted to use the solution. So the question then after this event was no longer whether there was a demand for this kind of work, is how do we build? What do we do next to make sure that we can continue this work so we can build those linkages between industry and research more effectively? So our experience at this event showed that there's an interest to address structural gaps that limit how research and industry interact in Nigeria. And we know that academia offers research capacity, technical expertise, methodological rigor, and the ability to pursue long-term questions that industry problems offer. There's, operational challenges, market pressure, specific technical needs that academic institutions are motivated and capable to address. However, across these two worlds, there's not really a shared language or a strong mechanism for matching research questions with industry challenges. There's limited frameworks for handling intellectual property and limited support for promising research to move towards commercial application. So without a mechanism to connect these two worlds, both sides lose. Industry keeps importing solutions that local research could provide. Researchers work on questions that do not have applied relevance. And Nigeria's circular economy remains more dependent on external advice than it really needs to be. So that's the structural gap, the missing bridge, the missing link that the circular bridge is trying to address. And I want to be precise about what circular bridge is and what it is not. Because the temptation when you're seeing a gap like this is to reach immediately for a big institutional solution, and that's not what we're doing. Circular bridge is a structured, four-step feasibility and design process. Its goal is to assess whether the conditions exist to build a more formal research industry collaboration platform in Nigeria, to learn what comparable platforms in Europe and elsewhere have done, and to develop a governance framework that is grounded in evidence and tested with stakeholders before any decision to proceed is made. It's not a launch of a anything yet, it's a beginning. And it may conclude that the conditions are not yet right, in which case the process stops, but at least we've documented what we learned. I'm just going to do a sound check because I saw that Wale called me. Can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Okay, great. So then I will continue. So this is what we're looking at doing. Firstly, we're going to align on this concept to get core partners, that includes those who are participating in this conference, to agree on the purpose and scope of this kind of bridge, of this kind of link. And we would hold a dialogue with these stakeholders to start to refine what we're trying to build. The second step is, based on that feedback, we'll have a much clearer idea of what's needed and what our options are to build what that vision is, and where we what the skills are and the infrastructure that's needed to build that. So we'll then do a needs and gap assessment to understand where these gaps are, where the potential capacity also is as well. Finally, our third step is to then look outside of Nigeria and inside at where we've seen successful industry research collaboration take place, and where we've seen that turn into commercialization, research commercialization. We would be organizing, most likely, field visits and innovation exchanges with countries where there is very good practice, and we do see successes, particularly around circular economy. So, for example, the Netherlands and countries like the United Kingdom. From that, we would then take all of that information to look at what kind of structure could really work in the Nigerian context. Who owns it? Where is it administered? How is it funded? What activities could be taking place that really support this kind of research innovation and research commercialization? And we would then validate those findings with the core groups of people who have an interest to make sure that this succeeds, and who could play a role in to make sure that this succeeds. So why am I telling this story at this conference? I think it's because ACERPIN and the participants in this conference represent exactly the kind of institutional foundation that this circular bridge needs to learn from and build alongside. 7 years of conference proceedings, the Circular Letters Journal, and the researchers in this room represent a body of African-led circular economy inquiry that a commercial platform needs access to. And right now, this knowledge doesn't really exist in a form that industry can easily engage with yet. But ACERPIN has really done the hard work, that first grind of supporting the production of it and the consolidation of it. And also importantly, the ACERPIN network already does what the Circular Bridge is trying to build. It connects researchers across borders, across disciplines and institutions. The question is how that connectivity can be extended toward industry. And this process is one way of exploring that. So what I want to ask of the participants in the room today is that we would be doing I've shared the activities that we're going to be carrying out. To get the most value, we would want you as key stakeholders to participate in them. So first, if you're willing to participate in the needs assessment, this would be very much welcome. And we'd want to understand from your perspective what the barriers are between research in industry and what they look like in practice. This input really shapes the design of whatever comes next. Secondly, connecting us to stakeholders who we've not already reached. This really, really helps. Finally, if you just want to stay close to the process, we're always just happy to share, exchange notes and exchange information. This is something that's really, really can be very helpful and helps in any type of innovation and value creation activity. So I just want to close by saying thank you. We believe the appetite is here for this kind of exchange now. We believe the capacity through the hard work of organizations like ACERPIN has helped to create that too. We just want to build that linkage. I'll stop here in case there's questions, and really looking forward to future conversations.
Thank you very much, Natalie, for what you do for the continent. You know, she's not a Nigerian. Does she look like Nigerian?
I'm Aduke.
Okay. Anyway, she's not a Nigerian, but she's happy working, living in Nigeria, right? So I appreciate such people. Natalie, I just want to say something now. Maybe I'm putting you on spot. We had the Nigeria Circular Economy Week in February, right? Was that the first one ever?
It was the first one that big. It's the fourth kind of ecosystem event we've held.
Was it the first one ever?
It was the first one that was that big. It was the
So we have it such that we have every February, we have the Nigeria Circular Economy Week, and every May, we have the Africa Circular Economy Week. Will that make some sense to us? You like it that way? Oh yeah, clap for yourselves. Such that every year, you know that you have two circular economy conferences, one in February and the other one in May, right? This is the continental one because our intention is to move this around the continent. There are 55 countries in Africa. Before you clock 80, you must stop Africa. Say yes. Clap for yourself. Yes. So thank you very much, Natalie, for agreeing to that. Next February will be in another city, probably in Nigeria. Another city in Nigeria. So as we tour Nigeria, we'll be touring also Africa. So thank you very much. Do we have any questions for her, please? Did you hear what she said at all? Did you hear her? I heard on your behalf, right? I should ask questions on your behalf. Okay. Natalie, part of the conference, the week in Lagos, we had a scholar session where we gave prizes. I think you mentioned it, and the people here are lecturers. Could you please explain briefly the purpose of that prize and what you intend to do going forward in terms of mentorship? By the way, two of the people that there were 5 people in camp. 2 of them are here in this meeting. We have Mayowa, okay, one of them, and we have Esther Adewale. Raise your hand, my friend, so that they will know you are a scholar. Esther, coincidentally, both of them here are from UI. I think that's why it's easy for them to join us. So I was saying that, can you please explain briefly the purpose of that prize for scholars in circular economy and what would be the sustainability of it? I think as we have agreed to be every year. So what will you be doing differently every year, and how can this team of people, now we have a critical mass, by the time next time we announce, all of these people will get the invitation and they can share with their students, postgraduate and undergraduate alike. Ma, do you want to tell us what's your vision going forward, expanding the price. We engage the people here. Maybe they can also donate to support so that we can beef up the price, money or something. Thank you.
I think we want to do more than just have the prizes. The prize is a first step, and it helps to focus, to identify research that is really relevant to industry challenges. That's the first step. We just want to make that link. And then we need to provide the support, both by working with the universities and with other institutions to make sure that those researchers have everything they need to actually carry out the research effectively, whether it's, just the logistics, the lab tools, the materials. These are things that we believe are really, really important to make sure that the research is relevant and is completed so that it can get to the next step in that phase of commercialization. So that is what our focus is on, is building that the strongest linkage possible between the industry need and the research capabilities and interests. We believe there's a lot that is unexploited right now for that. So the prize is only one of many tools that we believe we can use and deploy to strengthen this relationship. That is our goal. That said, it was a very exciting part of the Nigeria Circular Economy Week because we have historically not focused on research innovation and research commercialization. And every person, especially from industry, who participated in this work stream was like, wow, we need to do more. This is really exciting. We never asked for research prizes, but then the industry volunteered, showing that there is really an interest to improve this link. So we believe that's the first one. But then the second is we know that there's institutions that support research in innovation and research commercialization and know that we need to do more work here. So we also want to engage those institutions to make sure the right resources are deployed to support that as well. I think in this case, it's really making sure that researchers really have what is needed to equip them to be successful in getting to that finish line in terms of completing research that really has an applied relevance and can make a difference in any kind of applied practice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Natalie. The other point coming to my mind is that for this conference, we need to go and publish to prosper. To my friend, it's just publish to prosper. I'm thinking that maybe one of the things we can also do to support researchers is to help them to facilitate the publication. So if there's a funding gap that we can meet, because if the paper presented here are not published, they will not be visible, even for people to take on board and implement. So if we have a journal, we have proceedings, and we also have a journal. So I think we can also look at that outlet to collaborate to bring about visibility for the researchers. That's one recommendation I want to make. Is there any the last questions to come from the group? She's based in Lagos. How many of you are from Lagos? Oh, you have met her before? Yeah, come on, I appreciate that. Somebody said, nobody is here, has met you in person before, and he wants to appreciate you for what you do. Remind her.
Thank you, Dr. Natalie. I am Joshua Kituli Patuki by name. I happen to be the participant of class 2023 Leadership Program for Sustainable Waste Management in Lagos Business School. And it's a pleasure that I got to know you that time that you came to the class to participate in program for us on waste, sustainable waste management. And it's a pleasure connecting with you again today. And we'll be chatting and keep up the good work you are doing. God bless you. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him. He has appreciated mentally on behalf of all of us. You know, sometimes this work is like you sow seed, like a farmer, right? You know, it goes about throwing seeds around. And you don't know which one will germinate and which one will come back to you and say thank you. And as talking about thank you, we have a mentorship program. And I just want to identify how many people here are part of the mentorship program. That is Africa Graduate Mentorship and Coaching Program. If you are here, please stand up. As mentees, stand up. If you are mentees of the program, you are more than this. Did you hear me? AGMCP fellows, if you are here, stand up. I can only see two. There were two other men. Why are you not standing? You forgot him? Or you didn't hear me? You didn't hear me? You heard me. You are waiting to put. Don't be petty one. We have advanced. So help me to appreciate 4 of them. I feel like passing microphone. Natalie, you're talking about mentorship now, please. Tell us about yourself, your institution. We want to celebrate you. I'll come to the mentors later.
Okay, my name is Akdedolokwe Deborah. I'm a mentee for AGCPM. My mentor is Dr. Tolu, and I finished from Osun State University. I study animal science.
Yes, and you?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayeni Feoluwa, and I'm also part of the mentee for this course. My supervisor, my mentor, and I work in Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, NISA, Ibadan.
Even if you are working, so long you are in the age bracket, you are qualified.
Good day, everyone. My name is Taiwo Shonke. I am a mentee in the cohort 7 of the AGMCP. I am currently under the mentorship of Dr. Ajayi. I want to say a very big thank you to him and to the coordinators and organizers of this program. Thanks.
Toludia is being mentored by the director of AGMCP. Taiwo is being mentored by the LOC chairman. See now, connection.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. My name is Ajadi Abami Elias. I'm a current fellow of this world, and I'm a staff of Federal University of Earth Sciences, Laogo. And also my mentor is Professor Benga Deolu. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll come back. There's one more mentor. Natalie, I just want to appreciate you. Thank you for coming and being on time. And we want to say, we'll see you again soon. A round of applause for her, Yes.
Yes. Please, really, if anyone needs anything, please feel free to reach out. We'll love to talk.
You said, please can you repeat? Please can you repeat?
If you need anything, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm very happy to chat.
Also share your presentation with all the participants. Thank you.
Great.
Again, clap for her. So again, just this afternoon, I learned another mentee walked in. I think he just came in now. I don't even know his name. He just walked in now. Mentee of AGMCP, you are right. A few minutes ago. Where's the person? Oh, you're the one. Oh, come close, come close, come close. So we have 2 ladies and 3 gentlemen. Come and tell us about yourself. Who is your mentor? Which is the person on the floor?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for coming late.
No.
My name is Kelvin Adewale. I'm a master student at the University of Ibadan, studying ecotourism. I'm also a fellow of the AGMCP 2025. Sorry. 2026, sorry. 2020. 2026. My mentor is Dr. Oluwashina Ayomi Kazim from the University of Guyana Town. So where Guyana is? It's not in Nigeria. It's South America. The country is South America. Very close to South America. Yes. Thank you. We are happy to be here.
Yes,
Your first conference ever. Say yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's where. Okay, they also have their we you cannot have mentees without mentors, right? So we have some mentors here. If you are mentors under the AGMCP, please stand up. I'm not thinking of. If you are mentors under AGMCP, Africa Graduate Mentorship and Coaching Program, they are obviously. Yeah, I know there's one of them. Please stand up, sir. Yes, there's another person. Do you want to say something? It's connection over here. Say something. We'll be going to our technical session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Yes, I learned about this program, like I think about 3 years ago. There was a webinar and I just saw it. I don't know where I saw it and I attended. And since that time, I've been interested in joining, and I have two mentors, two mentees. One is in Kenya, one is in Niger State. And I want to say thank you very much for this good work. God bless.
Most of the things she said, but I know what she wanted to say. It's my big joy to be around. I've been part of the AGMP since its inception. So I've mentored for 7 runs, is that? Yes, this is the 7th run. And often I have interesting proteges. In Nigeria, mostly outside Nigeria. I don't know why Wale will always give me people outside Nigeria. And one of the things I do is when I go to their country, I ensure that we meet. So either I invite them to my conference or I pay for them to visit where I'm having my events. Many of my mentees are in high places today. In fact, I think 1 or 2 of them are already mentored in this scheme. Wow. Yeah, and I'm so happy. What gives me the biggest joy is that I did not lose any of them. They are close friends. So it's my joy to be part of this, and I'll continue to be. Thank you.
Rob said he has started since we started in 2020. Oh.
All right, good morning, everyone. Sas and Mas. Like I'm the young man with a name like a sentence. Ebenezer Olatubosun Ajayi. That has a story, but that is not for today. The first edition 2020, COVID locked me down in Argentina during my postdoc. So I was not there, but I was behind the curtain. I did not get the link to even see what was going on, but I knew it was going on. And 2021, that they lifted the ban and I came back February. So I was able to join the planning. And then he landed the mantle on me to run the robotics for sustainability partnership platform. Then came in as the second director for AGISP, which is the Africa Green Innovation School project, where we try to raise planting of vegetables in schools that we adopted and support them with WASH project, teach them how to harness water as a resource. And then the African Rain was established during the conference at UI. I think that was the third edition. And we started again doing the robotics and artificial intelligence network. So we now do the one we did on day 1 for our for SPP came under African Rain.
And now we have representative man in Nigeria, man in Ethiopia. For now, we keep expanding. So for the AGMCP, I've had mentees for 6 cohorts now, since I was not around the first year. And luckily, I'm glad that everyone that started with me finished. And they do memorabilia. So you have to narrate your own story. So don't forget to be journaling. Don't wait till the end. Otherwise, we miss some beautiful moments that you participated in. So it has been a privilege to be here now, to carry the mantle of being the LOC chair for this one. And like a prophecy, like I said, we only said it to, you know, God was listening. We said bigger, bolder, better by far. And we're happy that God did not allow that word to fall to the ground. People are asking, why are we doing free conference? He knows. He's obeying. God told him, do it like a missionary. It's your ministry. Nobody is paying. So thank you for trusting us. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for sending your important work to be presented here and also to be published. We have 2 outlets, like you know, the Circularity and the Circularity letters. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
I didn't say you should come and say your vote of thanks and everything, but you have come back everything. You still come back as LOCC. I just wanted to talk about AGMCP, the mentorship. Okay. One of these mentees that, no, not mentees. One of these mentors, you have seen 3 of them. Dr. Bishop is also one of them. No, she was my first mentee on the program. No, when we started at home. Okay, let's just start this thing and all that. She was my first mentee, and now she's the director of the program. That's how we grow. At Imaging. If you want to clap, clap. Today, I'm president of the SAPI. We have timelines. After running the conference for a certain time, I will have developed a lot of hands to now take it over from me. Not before I retire, but in the next 2-3 years, you will see another president coming up to address you. Are you happy with that? Yes. That's how we grow. So be consistent, do your work diligently, and you will be promoted in due course. So as I was saying, one of these 3, or maybe the 4, Dr. Bishop, will be given an award today. You know, after this session, go to technical. When we come back to the award session, right? One of them is going to. So we decided that from last year we gave award on distinguished. The award is called DAMA, Distinguished African Mentor Award. So we said that anyone who has consistently mentored people with evidence, you can guess, evidence for 5 years, will be given that award. And it's only an award that you can hear of in Africa that is tied to work done. Some people get award, they don't do anything. Like I receive many emails every year. Come to you have been nominated, blah, blah, blah. Then I look down, they say, come and pay 350 naira. 350,000. And then you people are not serious. If it's an award, you can work for it. Yes? Award is a reward for work done, right? So we here will give award for work done. So thank you very much for the session. Now, if you have not presented at all, you are supposed to present. Whether you missed yesterday, you missed this morning, or it's your session this afternoon. This is your time now. We have 4 rooms. LOC chair, 4 rooms.
We have 5, actually.
We will have 5. Oh, with this one.
Let me just
yes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you for your patience, sirs and ma'ams. So we go ahead to do the breakout session, rooms 1 to 4. Those 4 classrooms there, we begin on this side. The one at the far end is room 1. The one next to us here is room 2. The one next to us on the other side is 3. The last one side is room 4. Room 5, we serve those. Are there anyone who was supposed to present yesterday and you have not been able to present? If you did not present yesterday, please stay back here. We accommodate you here. So the other people for normal distribution for today, according to your rooms, can just go to those rooms. 1 to 4. Thank you very much. We have people we coordinate. They will be there to join you. Have an enjoyable time. Yes. The coordinators again. For room 1, Dr. F.O. Adeboyejo. For room 2, Mrs. Olua Fumi Joel. Right. Room 3, Dr. Praise Osabo. And room 4, Mr. Yakubu Oni. Those will be the coordinators. Those of us who did not present yesterday and want to present, please stay back here. So thank you very much.
Doctor.
For friends who are here, please join any room. You can stay here. Room 4 is not the lecture theater where we have plenary. Keynotes yesterday. It's a classroom on the other side, far end. Far end.
Okay. Chodro. Hello, guys. All right.
Those chose to stay here, so we listen to them. Our organizers do that.
If you're supposed to present, please let's come here. Let's come and sit down here so that we can give ourselves numbers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again to the technical session for this period. So we have afternoon presenters for Thursday presenting now, but we want to take those that missed their presentation earlier in the day. So if there's anyone that is supposed to have presented since morning, please indicate so that we quickly take those ones first. Yesterday. Okay, so yesterday and this morning, how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we take those 4 quickly. So the present 5. Your numbers, your presentation, your abstract numbers. 64, 73, 68. So let's just arrange it and then we take it in that order. So for the afternoon presenters, how many of us are ready for presentation? The afternoon presenters. How many of us? 2, 3. You have 2. 5 from them. Where are the others? Okay, so we just take it in that order. The yesterday presenters first, and then the presenters for the morning, and then the afternoon presenters. So you would have 7 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for questions. Oh, okay. So please, let's have 64 and what? 64, 73. Yours is what? 68. Which other number? Your answer. 59. 59, 72. Which other one? Okay, so that's all for the one we are carrying over. 84. Okay, yeah, I have 84, 92, 94, 96, and 149. All right, so we have 10 presentations. Please, I would like us to optimize time. So let's go straight to the point. So let's have presenter number 64. Yes. So 7 minutes or less. Thank you.
Yeah, Emma.
Very good afternoon. There are two presentations, one for myself and the other one for another presenter. So I'm going to speak to the other one very briefly. So let me start with the presentation on biodiverse schoolyards as foundation for environmental literacy and resilient agri-food system in urban Nigeria. One fundamental issue is affecting everyone globally is climate change. It's a challenge that is facing human civilization, and children as well as women are disproportionately affected when we compare with other set of human beings. One, because children are young, they can't take care of themselves. Women, they have a lot of responsibility when it has to do with nature and environment. They are the ones that go out to search for water, collect firewood, and do all sorts of things. So they are disproportionately affected. Education has been found to be one of the critical ways that we can mitigate and as well be able to adapt to climate change. When we look at the trend in research, of course, one, we could observe that climate change in education research is already gaining attention from around 2009. Everyone talks about it during conferences, during meetings and all of that. And when we see publication too, the trend is increasing. This increase is wonderful, is fundamental, but the issue is this. One, the nature deficit disorder. The care that we have for nature currently is going down the drain. In Africa, we treasure nature so much because we believe nature is part of us, and we live in such a way that, you know, we get our sustenance from nature. Our fathers and grandfathers, you know, their source of livelihood is from nature. That's where they get the grains, the protein, and every other thing. Children opportunity for nature engagement for today is decreasing globally. When we come to Nigeria, for example, children in school, when you look at the environment, completely turned to concrete. It was unlike before that we have nature around the school compound. But now we copy the Western world, believing that the best way to go, and that's the best approach to enjoy life. We even go to the extent of importing artificial grass into the country, and then we put them around the school. If you cannot do concrete, we put the artificial grass there, believing that it's just the best way to enjoy life, but it is not so. So this is a challenge. And when we look at in terms of food security, because we are neglecting nature, food security is also going down the drain. About 40 to 60% of urban Nigerian households experience to like severe food insecurity today. 40% of children that are aged 6 to 23 months, they meet minimum dietary diversity. And then average age of Nigerian farmers today is greater than 50 years, meaning that people to engage in agriculture, we are already losing it. We don't have young people in agriculture today. So those are the twin challenges that we have. And then this study now look at it, possibly having biodiverse schoolyard could help to solve the problem of climate change, and at the same time, you know, promoting resilient agri-food system in the country. Since children opportunity for nature engagement is already decreasing. Gone are the days that, you know, in the nursery schools and in the primary schools, we sing the song, La Igi Oro, Níbẹ̀ la gbé ṣeré wa, inú wa dùn, ara wa yá, lábẹ́ igi. But see, those who, yes, then they actually have time for nature engagements. They have trees around the school that they go there, to play in the afternoon. And then they pluck the fruit and eat. But we can't sing that song today because instead of those trees and vegetables around, what we have is the concrete. What we have is artificial grass that surround the school. So now we are proposing that biodiverse schoolyard be, solutions to this problem. So the research question is, to what extent does implementation of a biodiverse schoolyard impact urban primary school children? Understanding of climate change, number one. To promote environmental attitude, and as well be aware of food production system in the Ibadan Southwest local government area, Nigeria. So what we did was this: we divided the schools into two. We have schools that, they have biodiverse schoolyard around them. And then we have the schools that theirs is just conventional. What you have is concrete and artificial grass. So we compare the two schools, we gave tests to them, and then the results are this. Please, next slide, please. The gender of the respondents, you can see both boys and girls were involved, age appropriate. Most of them were between age 9 to 10. And then the study was carried out in both public and primary and private schools. The summary of it is that, one, the children in both schools are aware of climate change. But children in biodiverse school that has biodiverse yard in their school, they are more aware of climate change than those from the schools with conventional concrete and artificial grass. Let's move to the next slide, please. And how far the biodiverse schoolyard helps? Please, let's skip all of this and let's go to summary of results. Please stay here. Now, the extent to which biodiverse schoolyard influence for environmental attitude of peace and resilience and growth step. Number one, climate change awareness. Like I said before, the schools, two schools, they are both aware of climate change, and the level of significance of awareness is actually significant. Okay, those in biodiverse schoolyard were more aware of climate change than those who were in conventional school. Then pro-environmental attitude was not significant in the two school categories. Then number three, connection to nature was also not significant, despite there is a school that have biodiverse schoolyard. The pro-environmental behavior too was not significant. Next slide, please. Then here is the summary of the findings. The result revealed that general awareness of the term climate change did not differ significantly between the two groups. They were more likely to correctly identify local impacts, those in biodiverse schoolyard, on weather pattern, and crucially to recognize the role of plant and animals in climate change mitigation. However, exposure to biodiverse schoolyard did not automatically translate into a significant overall enhancement of self-reported environmental behavior compared to their peer in conventional settings. So, what do we recommend?
Your time is up.
Here's the recommendation. We should not just have biodiverse schoolyard without proper and structured education and consistent engagement. It is that will promote environmental awareness and as well resilient food system in primary schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, the moment your time is up, just thank us for this thing. Please let all other presenters take note because we want to work strictly within the time that we have. So you take note of this side. When your time remains 2 minutes, you will be notified. And when your time is up, please just thank, wherever you get to, just thank us for our attention. Thank you, sir. All right, so we will hold on to the questions. We'll take the questions maybe after every three or four presentations so that we can save time. So presentation number 73.
Speaking to this research work, assessing the awareness and perception of key global issues and their impacts for Nigerian citizens. The key global issues identified in the study are 3: poverty, 2, political instability, and environmental degradation. The summary of this study is this. So the summary of the study is this, that one, the level of awareness of Nigerian citizens regarding international issues is relatively high. We are aware of global issues. We are aware of environmental degradation. We are aware of poverty. We are aware of economic issues globally in Nigeria. But the ideal is we borrow this idea and sink the hook and lines without considering the local content. Like I mentioned in the other presentation, we just import artificial grass to the country without considering local content, how our children will feel, how do they grow up, what do they need to know. So we borrow all these ideas without considering local content and the Nigerian context. And so this does not really going to help. Western ideas and methodology are fantastic, but our own idea in Nigeria too should also be considered. And that is what is making African voices to be, not to be recognized globally. And that leads to environmental injustice. Environmental justice has three principles. Number one, procedural principle, distributional principle, and recognitional principle. Our voices are not recognized globally. Our ideas and strategies are not recognized globally. Why? Because we don't celebrate our own idea, but we believe that Western ideas can, they are better than us. But you see, they have not been able to solve our problems because the local content are not the same. What should be is synergy between the Western idea and that of African idea. When we marry the two together, when we synergize them, it is that our own problem can be solved. If we copy the strategy for climate mitigation in the Western world, that may not solve our problem locally. Our fathers have the way they do it. When it is in Lebono, they have materials they use. Not that they invoke evil into this, but they have the strategy they use, to address this issue. Flooding, they have, strategies that they use to address flooding. If there is drought, they have strategies they use to address this. So what is being advocated for with this research is a synergy between the Western strategies and our own local strategy. We believe that with this, our own problems can be relatively addressed. The three, the economic, the poverty, and as well as environmental degradation. That was all this the study is all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you wait for questions after we take the next two presentations. Thank you. So we would welcome number 68 now. Your time starts now. Number 68.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm presenting research topic, assessment of fertilizer response variability among cucumber varieties to use it as an index for selection for fertilizer use efficiency. I'm Murtada Sobalaji Abdussalam, and my colleagues' names are there, while we are all from the College of Agriculture of the Ijibu campus. We thank you for this opportunity given to us to present this research work. This study is highly needed in view of the fact that there is high increasing demand for cucumber as a vegetable in the country nowadays. Though yield production in Nigeria is not documented on any website. Our yield is not documented like cassava, yam, etc. And that is because smallholder farmers are the principal practices of farming and production of cucumber in the country. Despite its numerous advantages, for example, 90% of cucumber is water by weight, 90% by weight. That means it's very good for hydrolysis. And there is no age limit from infants to the old age, everybody can consume it, which means it's a very, very important crop. And you can find this information in Abe et al. 2017. Its economic value is also unlimited. It has a very short period of production. Within 1.5 months, you start harvesting your crop. So this crop is very, very good for empowerment, particularly our youth who has no job to work on. And you can report by Ngoye et al. 2025 in Edo State and some of the southern states indicated that this crop fetched the rural farmers. It also increased their livelihood in general. So these are the importance and the reason for this particular research. Farmers usually use fertilizer, and fertilizer, NPK and urea, in a blanket way. They apply it with hope that it will increase their yield. But they forget that there's a trade-off between increasing the fertilizer application and the yield you are getting. The more you apply the fertilizer, the less the yield will become. So therefore, we need to look into, do we have variety of cucumber that respond well to fertilizer application? That is the first objective. Then, among these varieties, which one is more stable across the fertilizer application? In this way, we choose two important varieties, which are Poinsett 76, developed in the United States in 1976, and Nagano F1. Poinsett is good for outdoor planting. You can plant it outside the greenhouse, while Nagano F1 is more suitable for greenhouse environment. So those are the two most common varieties. We have other varieties, but those two are common among the farmers. So we use 6 experimental combination. We apply 4 tons of poultry waste as a part of circular horticulture. So we apply 4 tons of poultry waste, 8 tons, 12 tons, urea, NPK 1515, and we left some farm without application of all this. So the cultural practices involving staking, we stake this plant after 2 weeks, 2 weeks after planting, and pest and disease controls were done as required, recommended. The design is RCBD, whereby Nagano F1 and Poinsett are the first factor, main factor. Treatments are the second factor, which is a factorial experiment with 3 replications. Next slide. So the soil was analyzed, and the main result of the soil is that the pH is a little bit towards being higher than 6, very close to 7 anyhow. Then is the sand, soil is sandy, and organic matter is presented there. Likewise, we analyzed the poultry manure, the poultry waste. It is a bit saline, and organic carbon and organic matter is presented there. Data were collected on vine length, and those are the list of the characters we measured. During the analysis of the results, we use a linear model method for ANOVA. But we found out that during the clearing of the data, we found out that VL and D days to first female flowering does not comply with it. So we cleaned the data using Shapiro and Levin test. Next slide. So the result shows that for growth and yield performance, 4 tons per hectare give the highest yield in terms of number of fruit per plant or total yield obtained. And Nagano F1 performed better than Poinsett throughout the period. Next slide. Then we use agronomic efficiency and partial factor productivity for these two. Agronomic efficiency is very, very important, and most researchers they ignore it in testing the performance of the plant. We found out that 4 tons gave, if you see the, according to look at the result as column-wise, see that tons perform better than other applications. So NPK in some of the other data, but it gave us negative result as agricultural efficiency. That's why NPK is not recommended. Next slide. So also we check for relative yield and nutrient response index. 4 tons also give better performance than others. Next slide. So we try to look into multivariate analysis. We found out that the Nagano has more responsiveness, which is a red color, while the blue one, or I call the purple one, has more stability than Nagano. In terms of treatment hierarchy, we found that that group of 4 tons and 8 tons, they got grouped together, while high rate of poultry and synthetic fertilizer, they group together, while control stand alone, indicating that 4 tons and 8 tons are much more beneficial than using high rate and synthetic fertilizer. Next slide. So the key findings are 44 tons poultry manure can increase yield, excessive manure reduce efficiency, Nagano F1. Next slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. I will suggest subsequently that we take our introductions, take maybe 1 minute on your introduction and just go through your materials and methods so that we can accurately get what you're presenting to us. Thank you very much. All right, so we go to the next presenter. Take 1 more, please take note of your questions. I already am writing down my question that I have for you, sir. So please take note. After the next presenter, we'll take a round of questions. So presenter 59. 59. So please let presenter number 72 come up. Let's 72. So the time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Olayemi from IIT Ibadan. The research topic addresses 2 planting media components. So I will refer to MS and the P5 media that's expected to produce shoot formation in a yam diaspora species for timber conservation. Yam diaspora or diaspora species is a key staple crop in West Africa. It is vegetatively propagated on the field. In other words, as a result of being propagated on the field, they are exposed to various 3 types of diseases, like viruses, bacteria, and fungi. So in order to safeguard them, so they can take them into in vitro environment so that they will be of having those 3 diseases mentioned. And at the same time, it can also subjected to cryoconservation. That's a long-term conservation, so that anytime it will be available. Next slide, please. MS media is also a media that it delays the production of the shoot formation when you use it to propagate the yam in vitro culture. In fact, it takes like 3 months before the shoot come up. It produces the callus formation, and that hinders the establishment of the shoot formation. So that is why the P5 media is an alternative here, whether it will perform better. And for the objective to evaluate the shoot regeneration and then callus formation to optimize the very same culture to go for yam conservation. Next slide, please. There are 5 species of yam that I studied for this experiment. So 13 accession were used for these 5 species. So we have Diaspora rotundata, Lata, Kinesis, Ovivera, and Dubetura. For the experimental design, so I tried to look at the quantity that you can use in the solution. So for instance, the MS, which is a 4.43 gram per liter, so we divided it into 2. So half now, we try to compare whether the high quantity and the small quantity, we have the better result. That's why we have T1 and T2 for the first media, P5, and the MS, T3, and the T4. So the data collection was based on the shoot regeneration and the callus formation. For the statistical analysis, the data set for this work only involve one set of data. And then for the ANOVA, it requires replication for us to detect or to know the experimental error. So because of that, so I use factorial generalized linear model for this statistical analysis. And the picture that you are seeing, that is the process of bringing the plant from the field, processing and sterilizing it, and then culture it to get the expected result. Within each assertion, the means followed by different letters are significantly different at 95% level of significance. When you look at the first assertion on the table, so under the P5 full media, that is a T1. So it shows that it has a significant difference compared to other treatments. And overlapping letter indicates the similarity among the media, that is, there is no significant difference. Next slide, please. In case of the MS, it still confirmed the callus formation as an existing protocol that we use, which is delay the success rate of the shoot formation. So you can see that under the MS media, it also showed the significant difference compared to P5 that doesn't have any callus formation. And below, under the assertion, they have small or a little callus. Next slide, please. So these are the results of the shoot and the callus formation. So in terms of the shoot regeneration, so the P5 media has a better performance. And when we compare it with callus, then it also shows the level of significance, and the genotype effects are also shown. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the summary of the statistical analysis. So the graph on top, that is a treatment interaction, while the one below are the genotype interaction, to confirm that the P5 media is still better performed than MS media, although we have a genotype effect. Next slide, please. So this is the shoot formation from the both media. So the shoot on top are the result from the MS media that shows the colors, while those one under are the result from the P5 media. Next slide. So the significance of the finding. So the superior shoot induction on P5 media demonstrates its stability based on regeneration. And then conclusively, so the study contributes to biotechnology driving force security initiative. So therefore, I'm here to conclude that P5 promotes shoot efficiency for medicine culture. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You're giving us so much information in a few slides. I'm sure some of us would want to know more. So, all right, thank you. So, any question for any of the presenters that have presented before now? We've had 4 presentations. Do you have any question? Anything to clarify? Okay. Any? All right. So please let the presenters up. So if we also have questions from online participants, this is the time to ask questions. We have a question. All right. Please come up now. Please, let's have our questions very quickly.
Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Peters, and I'm a botanist. So I want to ask the second to last presenter. I appreciate your topic. It's a very nice work. I had worked on something like that with Telferia occidentalis. But I want to ask, why did you limit to NPK 15-15-15 and poultry waste? Why didn't you think of green mulch, like mulch, right? Treatment with mulch also, and also we could double the treatment with mulch and NPK, mulch and poultry dung to see, different outcome, right? So, what was your rationale?
Thank you very much. The research has some limitations, and that is one of what you have said. So it is an exploratory research to identify, can we see the difference in terms of nutrient use efficiency among the cucumber? Then the next stage is to vary. But presently, we have established that poultry waste is good for circular horticulture. That means when you use less poultry waste, you will get better results than using synthetic fertilizer. That is one of the limits. Even the number of the cucumber we use is too low. We should include more. But the next stage of the research is to go in deep into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So we have another question here.
Yeah, thank you very much, presenters. I enjoyed the 4 presentations. My question goes to you too. Apologies, I did not quickly memorize the name. You presented on the use of fertilizer. Just one point. Before we make clear conclusion from this study, did you measure the maturity of the poultry manure? Is it proper manure, matured manure, or is just poultry dung? How long after delivery did you collect the dung? Of course, naturally, you would have you already appreciate where I'm going, because you now want to say nutrient use efficiency. Is the nutrient truly released from the poultry dung, or the poultry dung fixed other nutrients in the soil? Okay, that's for you. I want to go to my dear friend. I also did not memorize the name that talked about the Olayemi. So the media, is it P5 or so? Yeah, that gave the best performance. Did you think through around the cost of that media? Because the big issue in callus formation, using tissue culture to do multiplication and getting very clean material is the cost of the media. Of course, let's leave the cost of the tissue culture facility, but the cost of the media itself. Did you evaluate the cost, and do you have any study that compare the cost in the store? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So please let the presenters quickly respond.
Okay.
Anyone?
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So concerning the cost of the P5 media, actually, there shouldn't be any too much of cost compared to MS media. But what we found out is that for the MS, it is in a media that is commonly used to propagate plants, either in the laboratory or any other one. So, and it can easily available through the local supplier for the MS media. But for the P5, it is, before it was difficult to get it online because it's not commercially like a MS media, but we can have it in stock because the nutrients that we have in MS is also contained in P5. So that means when we browse for the P5 media, so we also got it available for the P5 media. So for this type of experiment now, so we also order the P5 media online compared to MS media yet. So that both MS and P5 is at, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. The poultry waste usually combines many types. It can be from layers of degradation, and that is what we wanted to avoid. degradation. And that is what we wanted to avoid. So we used O2 waste that were generated for the past 6 to 9 months. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think we'll suspend the questions to take other presentations because we are short of time. So thank you very much. We would have presenter number 153 now. 153, quickly. 153. If person is not ready, 084. 084. We'll modify the style now. You present for 7 minutes, then we take just one question before we go, and then we can have others. Now we don't waste time. Your time starts now.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My Samson Olushio Oladele. I'm from the University of Ibadan, Department of Botany. I'll be presenting on the topic that says the phenotypic characterization and detection of genes associated with drought in parents and F1 progeny of Solanum lycopersicum. Second slide. These are the presentation outline. The introduction, let me just put it this way, that drought is coming, as we all know that the climate is changing. Next slide, please. And considering Solanum lycopersicum, which is tomato, we all know that Solanum lycopersicum is sensitive to water, and there's a need to carry out some experiment. This is actually an experimental work. The next slide. Problem statement. Drought susceptible accessions are prominent among accessions of tomatoes and are prone to drought. And developing a drought-tolerant tomato variety is essential for agriculture. Next slide. And this is the justification, is to justify that tomato accession needs to be characterized for drought-tolerant and susceptibility. And there's also a need to cross the accessions of tomato which are susceptible and tolerant. And there's also a need to develop a drought-tolerant tomato accession for characterization. The next slide, please. This is the aim of the study. It is designed to assess the phenotypic characteristics and to detect genes that is associated with drought. The next slide. These are the objectives I worked on. I assessed the qualitative traits. I evaluated the growth, agronomic and yield traits. I estimated the heritability and assessed the phenotypic responses. Material and method. Thank you. I collected 19 accessions of tomato from NIOT, and the research location was the Department of Botany, Nursery and Research Farm in the University of Ibadan. Next slide, please. Yeah, experimental design was designed based on RCBD, and the plant preparation was done according to Rivero, and drought stress was induced for 14 days. This is to simulate natural drought condition. Please, the next slide. Crossing was done after I made a visual assessment, and successive accessions were crossed with drought-tolerant ones to create an F1 hybrid for drought tolerance. The next one. Data were collected during and after the stress period, and it was characterized based on the IPGRA descriptor of tomato to evaluate the plant's morphological reaction. The visual assessment was also done, which we examined the leaf width, leaf rolling, and leaf yellowing. The next slide, please. DNA extraction was done, which is a molecular experiment using the SDR extraction protocol from leaves and the fruits. Next slide. PCR mix, that's the PCR mix. The molecular analysis that was done, we used the gel band, we score 1 for the presence of band and 0 for the absence of band. Now, coming to my results, I examined the qualitative traits among the tomato. I examined 7 of them, which are the date to maturity, fruit size, fruit shape, fruit texture, growth, habits, growth height, and the leaf shape. And as you can all see, let me consider the fruit texture, for example. It is only one that indicates that is slightly different. And if we consider the fruit shape, we can see the different morphological shapes that the different fruits exhibit. The next slide, please. And this is the plates showing the photographs of different fruit and two of the leaves that were examined. The next slide. This is the morphological traits for main performance. If we examine, take for example, for the plant height, NH2026 performed higher, and the pink one that is highlighted, which is NH026, performed lower. There's a difference, there's a big gap. And when we consider the fruit weight also, we can see that the fruit weight for NHTO0242 has 78, while the least performed there is NTH025 performed very low, which is 7.8. The next slide. This is the mean and coefficient of variation showing the difference. And we can also see it is even pointing to the fruit weight in the next slide, please. Now, coming to the genetic parameters of the accession, considering the heritability, we can see that there is a high heritability value for all the reproductive and the agronomic traits in the experiment. We have the fruit yield, the fruit weight, the fruit length, and the fruit diameter. They all have a high heritability value. The next slide. This is the PCA biplot. Okay, coming to table 5. Selection was done for draft response, and when I did not examine all the 19 accessions, I only picked 14 accessions to evaluate, and I could notice that some responded very high, some responded very moderate, and some responded low to drought. The next slide. And this is the place showing the photographs of the plant responses. The next slide. Next slide. Please go back up. This is the crossing process. The next slide, please. And these are the fruit yields that are crossed NTH0234 with NTH0211. This is the fruits that I got from the experiment. And also this is the fruit that was gotten. The next slide, please. Coming to the molecular aspect of it, the DNA providing for tomato accessions of parents, it shows that there is a clear, some accessions, when I took the marker used were TP121, TP123, 124, and 128. Some accessions show a clear amplification. As you can also see, some accessions show partial amplification. Those places that are dark, they do not show amplification at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's obvious you have done so much, and the time is just not there. We would have given you time to really go through with it. Any question for him quickly? Okay, so I have a question. Let me allow you to ask yours.
Thank you. My question is that I would love to know the comparative advantage of the result eventually got. I mean, the speed of the crossing. Thank you.
Sorry, I did not get your question very well. The breed. Yes. Yes. According to the, unfortunately, I could not finish the presentation, but the result of the experiment is that the progeny that was gotten, which is the F1 progeny, when we examine it, has a high genetic variability. And it's also proposed that it can be advanced to the F2 stage, the product I got is F1 progeny. When it is advanced to F2 stage, there will be more selection among the progeny. So we can pick out of that progeny, which is the F2 for agricultural advantages or propagation. Yes, that's my recommendation.
All right, thank you. I would ask you my own question after. Because of time, let's go to the next presenter. Number 153, are you ready now? Okay, 092. 092.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I'm Solio Ahmed from NASETEM, headquarters Ife OAU. So here today, okay, I'm presenting on the very topic, awareness, understanding, and circular economy practices in research institutions, public servant perception. Now, the next slide, please. The challenge of resource depletion and environmental degradation calls for responsible consumption and production, definitely as it is manifested in different areas of our involvement. Now, next slide, please. Here is the problem statement of our research. Any issue, please. Thank you. As we know that the linear economy has exceeded planetary limits, knowledge institutions are untapped catalysts for change. These are what we could get from the literature review. A significant knowledge action gap also exists. Likewise, behavioral change are critical. However, awareness and understanding of circular economy are important for promotion and adoption. However, as well, these studies that are available on these are limited. Next slide, please. Okay, please. So I should mention our study objectives, alongside with the research questions, include what is the level of understanding and awareness of circular economy principles among the staff of research institutes? Secondly, what are the prevailing circular economy principles in practice among these very research institutes? And then lastly, what are key challenges limiting the awareness of circular economy and the possible suggestions? So, the next slide, please. Like I said earlier, our literature review actually draws on the theoretical and empirical sources to establish a robust analytical foundation for the study. So like I started, it is no more news that circular economy, as we can all see, has gained a significant attention among scholars, policymakers, practitioners, because it is increasingly viewed as one of the most practical pathways for operationalizing sustainable development, a discourse that has remained the talk of the global community. The literature reveals that circular economy actually aims to design waste and pollution out of economic activity from the beginning, rather than managing waste after it has already been generated. I think this is a very important reminder and a very key point that could be a take-home for us. It's only because of the time. I have some practical examples, like when we were here yesterday during the presentation, some things were raised over this very particular point. Like, is a point that should be a very background, when it comes to mindset with respect to circular economy adoption and practices. So, like I said, as the literature review, dwells on conceptual, theoretical, as well as the empirical. The conceptually, scholars have given a number of definitions examining the term circular economy, the most cited of which include that of Ellen MacArthur Foundation, as well as the meta definition by Ketcher Thor. Such definitions, link circular economy to environmental quality, economic prosperity, and social equity for present as well as future generations. So theoretically, the applicable theory is actually the theory of planned behavior. It says basically that behavior is primarily determined by behavioral intention, which in turn is influenced by three major constructs, which are the attitude, the subjective norms, as well as the perceived behavioral control. You will be interested to know that in the context of our work, awareness and understanding influence attitude, while institutional policies shape subjective norms and behavioral control. So the methodology, next slide, please. The study adopts a cross-sectional survey design. So it is, and the study is actually situated, like aforementioned, within the broader context of Nigeria's growing commitment to sustainable development and circularity, particularly within knowledge institutions such as our research institutions and the higher education institutions. We are Yorubas. I want to believe, Evan, our fathers will say, Ile Latin culture road. So the charity, they say, begins at home. So these institutions certainly are critical actors in driving innovation, shaping policy discourse, and fostering human capital development necessary for the transition to circular economy. Our primary data were collected using a structured questionnaire administered via Kobo Kobo toolbox. So the questionnaire was structured into 6 major sections, capturing respondent demographic, characteristics, awareness and understanding. The level of awareness and understanding of the circular economy concept, as well as the workplace practices, household waste management, to have an holistic work. So I just have to rush down the rest. Okay, I think that's the little I will be able to speak to the methodology. Maybe lastly on that point, the data collected were cleaned and subsequently, subjected to descriptive statistical analysis. The result and discussion. Next slide, please. The social demographic characteristics of respondents, provide important background for understanding the pattern of circular economy awareness and practices within the institutions, within the institutional reforms. Likewise, the awareness and the understanding of circular economy are level, as we can see. The result shows that awareness exists, but it's not sufficiently widespread for an institutional sustainability transition. Likewise, circular economic practices within research institutes, reflecting on the actual circular economy related practices, which I will not be able to be giving it much examples on within the respondent workplaces. The result shows that informal conservation behavior exists. Informal conservation behavior exists, okay, such as turning off the lights, the use of office materials such as papers, minimizing printing, etc. However, institutionalized and structured circular economy systems such as formal recycling partnership, repair before replacement culture, green procurement, composting, etc., remain weak within these very institutions. Okay, the last point on this very note is that we have, like I said, that one of the objectives is also to examine the challenges facing the adoption of circular economy, especially with respect to these very institutions that are supposed to be actor in the propagating of the concept, that are supposed to be key actors in propagating the concept. So we have different challenges, named by our respondents, such as inadequate funding for sustainability infrastructure, lack of institutional policies and enforcement, insufficient staff training, etc. So the result shows that basically challenges are largely structural, as we can see, rather than purely behavioral. And lastly, the suggested strategies for improvement, among others, include establishment of circular economy units or departments to be in charge of propagating the circular economy concepts. And thanks for listening.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
Any question for him, please? Any question? Okay, it seems there are none. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. So let us have presenter number 90.
Yes, that's 149. Like I said earlier, I'm presenting on 2 different
okay, you are also presenting 94.
149.
149. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
149.
Yes.
So please, so that we will not have to rush through and then we miss the key details of what we are presenting. Please let us structure our time properly so that we'll be able to get 1:49. So please take less time. Just give us the background to what you're doing and then go straight to the methodology and the results so that we can have time.
The slide, right? Oh, okay. On this, my name remains the same. So the aim of the very study is an assessment of the global power mix for tracking the energy pathways to sustainable aluminum manufacturing using the multi-level perspective, MLP theory. So this is prepared by Kasim Abubakar, presented by Soliu Ahmed. Can you see the slide now, please? Okay, thank you. So, as a means of introduction, like I said shortly, the production of aluminum is known to be energy intensive, and the production usually can be requesting for as much as 13,000 to 16,000 kilowatts hour per ton. And at the same time, this generates like 1 to 2% of the global greenhouse gas. Interestingly, the end product of this very process, is aluminum and is definitely recyclable. And that is one of the interested area with respect to circular economy. For the theoretical footings, the theory proposed that while the organization, sorry, can you enlarge it a little bit more? So, you said? Okay, the theory proposed that while the organizations involved in the productions of aluminum aim after maximizing the profits and are making as much as they could, of economic benefits, they should do that while, within the acceptable clean planet, sustainable practices, and putting the people always at the center. Then the organizations, there is organizational principles of production, that pressurize on the sustainability development goals for this very industry involved in aluminum production, with the essence that the industry should ensure the reduction in greenhouse gas effect. They should manage to reduce the amount of the percentage they contribute to the greenhouse gas effect. Okay. Sorry, I think I have a little bit mix up here. Okay, like I said shortly, the aluminum contributes to like 1 to 2% of the global greenhouse gas effect. And since it is recyclable, it means that that pave a way for reducing the amount of it pave a way, especially when it comes to the energy required for the productions of aluminum. So that gives another way as an alternative means of having the products without that so much energy involvement, and thereby reducing the amount of the greenhouse gas effect they contribute at the end of the day. The aim and objectives of the slide, is to. Sorry, I have a little bit mix up here. This, I think I can't find the actual slide on my system. Is it the same? Sorry, please. Just a minute. Don't have the time. Okay. A minute, please.
I think you can just keep the missing slide and go to the next. I think you can skip the missing slide and go to the next one.
All right. Let me try to do that. Okay. Sorry for the disruption. Like I said, so the aim of the work is actually to assess the correlation between the electricity generation mixes and the required intensity of energy for melting aluminum, focusing on major aluminum producing countries between 2019 and 2023. And the objective includes assessing the energy mix for primary aluminum smelting across the major aluminum producing countries, as well as assessing the effect of global renewable energy use and aluminum production used, an aluminum production in what these are very major producing country. Oh, 2 minutes. All right, thank you for that anyway. Okay, let me just go to the, in nutshell, please, the second question, exactly. In nutshell, the country considers that as major producers of aluminum include, among other, the China and India. Likewise, we have the Norway, Canada, etc. So it is found majorly that the China and India involved in much activities when it comes to aluminum production, and as a result of that, they equally and at the same time, please next slide, please. The next one, please. Okay, exactly, yeah. So here we can see, if we check the correlation, we see that, like I was saying, China and India involved in much activities when it comes to productions of aluminum, and at the same time, when it comes to looking at the non-renewable energy dominance, they actually have a very good positive correlation in that very aspect, which tells that China, as a country like India, high involvement in the production of this very product, and still resting on the non-renewable, sources of energy. That contributes a lot to the world, making them like a key contributing to the world, to the greenhouse gas effect. So the last slide, please. So yes, it's okay, please. So sorry, Ma, please, the recommendation is just that there should be a campaign and a kind of collaborations among these other well-doing countries in that very production, with a country like China and India that they generate up to like 47.2 metric ton of aluminum combined. So there should be a kind of a collaboration between these very other well-doing countries and the China and India in mitigating the eventually amount of the greenhouse gas effect they contribute to our environment. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that we could not really follow through with this particular presentation.
Sorry for the disruption, and at the same time, it's very second aspect. Like I said, I presented it on behalf of someone due to some certain unforeseen, circumstances. So
thank you very much. I would like to ask a question, but I'm not sure if you will be. Well, the question is for energy generation for melting aluminum. You consider countries like China, India, Canada, Australia, Norway. How does this translate to our peculiar situation in Nigeria? How does it, who will help?
Okay, thank you. What I can say with respect to that is that I think the study looks beyond a particular, economy cycle. You understand? It looks as if, globally, that these very activities generate and they contribute to the greenhouse gas effects that we have, globally, and how can we reduce that? And again, like I said, maybe during the preamble of the presentation, that's an interesting area is that this very particular end product is recyclable, and thereby, like a cutting of some energy required in producing these very products. So I think that is where the owner see the team to say something with respect to circular economy.
All right, thank you very, very much. We have two presentations before we round up. Presentation 94 and 96. 94, please come up. We would have to reduce our time to 5 minutes because we are supposed to finish by 2 p.m. And right now we are 5 minutes to 2. And we still have 94, 96, and 59, right? 59. So please, as much as possible, just go straight to what we need to know. What new thing are you, the things we don't know before. Okay. Just go straight to it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olaoniye Abibat Ajibewu from the Department of Microbiology, Osun State University. So I'm here to present the paper titled, should I mention? Okay. Right. Microbial safety and antimicrobial resistance of street-vended fruits, pineapple specifically. Right. So what's the introduction? We know African food culture is deeply embedded in formal food system, right? By street vending. Let's take, for instance, pineapple. We are interested in buying it. You already caught one, watermelon, buy it from the street and just eat. Why? Because it's important. We are happy to eat and it saves us the stress. But then there's a problem. It comes with contamination, right? From handling, even sometimes from the farm, but we don't know. So we wanted to check how safe is the pineapple we are buying from the streets. And that's the name of the topic. So how did we go about that? We collected questionnaire, we distributed questionnaire, sorry. Oh, please, measures and methods so that the others can follow. It was a cross-sectional study, and the data was collected using structured questionnaire, and then we carried out microbiology assays like this, and then we finally did sequencing for the organisms that were isolated. And the result and discussion, please. From the total number of 164 fruits, pineapple that was collected, 137 were female, sorry, while the remaining was the male. Most of them had a monthly income of 10 to roughly 20 to 30,000 monthly. Majority being female. They wanted it, so it was like a side hustle for them, but it still brought something for them. Now, when we did the major finding with regards to their food safety knowledge and practice, how well do you know that you're supposed to handle with care, and how have you been practicing it? We had that 137 of them have good food safety knowledge practice, bad safety knowledge practices, while, knowledge rather, because I'm trying to rush. And then the practice, they had 117 of them. There's a discrepancy between both the knowledge and the practice. That is because we could say some of them get this practice when they see their mothers, their family members doing these things. So no informal knowledge was given, training was given to them rather. So they just inherit these things. But we see that there's a need for formal training for them to fully understand it. Now we moved on to microbiology analysis, the results. I didn't mention, but we had 8 major markets that were assessed. These are the markets, Shasha, Orisonbari, up to Ajaoba in Oshogbo here. Now, we did total plate counts for the mold, yeast, and E. coli. The frequency was that we had more in Shasha market. We had 27, and then the total plate count was ranged between 1.18 log CFU per mil. Now, what's the importance of this study? Okay, we had, this was the highest Klebsiella pneumoniae and some other when we did the sequencing. Now, what's the importance of this study to role of circular economy? Fine, we know that there is an issue, but still there is a need to imbibe the African food culture where we take care of our things ourselves, we clean up our hands so that we can have reduced microbial load. At the end of the day, we reduce waste as well. Because when the food is bad, even from the farm, it's an issue, that's a waste. But the role of circular economy is that we want to reduce waste, right? So when we are able to incorporate good food practices, food safety practices, and have good knowledge, we reduce post-harvest loss, we enhance food accessibility to people. At the same time, we also support livelihood. People are able to gain extra income. Now, conclusion important for nutrition, but they come with some challenges of contamination, which lead to some food intoxication, food infection, and all of that. So we recommend that food safety training programs for vendors so they know how to handle it. It also provides improved access to clean water. So that it's not just that they know how to handle, they have good things to work with, like water and sanitation facilities. Also, we need to strengthen food surveillance and food safety surveillance, because let's quickly monitor. Do these guys follow what we have taught them? And then supportive policies for informal food sector, like street vended food. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any question for her? Okay, I'm sure we would have, because this is something that concerns all of us. Okay, so the question quickly.
Thank you. I'm so interested in your work, and I need to know more. I think because of time you were rushing. I want to know, in your course of sequencing, what are the type of primers that you used? Now, when you are presenting the data on the remote count, I don't know whether it's to power 10 or power which, what are your replicates? I don't know what you have there. It doesn't look, so scientific to me. So I want you to explain a bit, because some people are interested. Now, lastly, at what point does those microbial degradation or the spoilage come in? Is it on the point of harvest, or why handling it, taking it to the market? When you are talking about training, which people are you trying to train? Is it the people that do the nipple farming, or the marketers? Who do you intend to train? Thank you.
Madam, if you can answer in 30 seconds. If not, I would recommend that you sit with him, and then if you can answer in 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So the people who are most interested in training are the vendors, right? Sometimes these things don't spoil from farm, but so we don't get contaminated from farm. But when the handlers, the food vendors, due to the way they handle it, the water they use to rinse it, especially when you have peeled the back, it opens them up to microbial contamination. So they are the ones we want to train. Use your gloves when you are trying to do. Make sure the water you are using is clean, right? So those are the vendors are the ones we want to train. Then for primers, we use species-specific primers. Well, you know, it's sequencing, right? So it does it's a metagenomic study. So it does like a 16S RNA sequencing for the whole sample. We took the sample to there. So what we did was a pool of the we can't do all of them, run sequencing for them. So we did a pool of all the food pineapple samples that we collected and then sent it for sequencing. So that was
all right. Thank you very much, ma. So subsequently, you can sit with him to explain more. But I am afraid you discovered E. coli. I saw values for E. coli. I saw very high value for Klebsiella. It's a source of concern at what we eat. So we are encouraged to, especially street vended foods. If you are not sure exactly of who is handling it, who is I'm sorry to say this, all these Aboki guys, their practices are introducing dangerous effects into our foods. So please, I would encourage that you cut your pineapples yourself and eat it yourself at home. Thank you very much. Presenter number 94. Okay, 96 quickly. So after this, we have one more, and then we are done.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, profs. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. And good afternoon to my good friend there. So my name is Ridwan Sholabagaji. I'm presenting on behalf of myself and my colleague. And I'm not a scientist. I'm not a food scientist either. I'm a philosopher by training. So my title of my paper is Reclaiming the Waters, a naturopathic approach to ocean restoration. So next slide, please. So today we have the issue of environmental pollution as a result of human activities, unsustainable practices, amongst many others. And they continue to degrade our waters. Waters that originally people do drink from our streams, amongst many others, they are now discouraged to drink from the streams. Many of our streams, water bodies entirely has been polluted. So that in itself is one of the problems we are trying to treat. And as such, we have the cause. I said human exploitation, modernity, and we have dropped our indigenous practices that in itself helps us preserve the authenticity of our waters. This is the next slide. So the statement of the problem is our human relationship with water bodies, pollution through industrialization, and loss of our natural relationship with the environment, and also the loss of ethical responsibility towards our water ecosystems. This is the next slide. So what are the effects of these problems? We have rising floods, we have drought, we have water scarcity, we have destruction of our marine bodies, we have threats to food security, we have public health issues, and of course, water-dependent livelihood are being threatened. Please, next slide. What are the future implications if not addressed? We have further escalation of these disasters. We have increased climate migration and displacement. Today, many people, they have left their cities, they have left their hometowns in order to escape environmental crisis. And as such, if this is not addressed, we'll have more of things. And when we have a large number of people migrating from a town to another, they will stress, they would stress the already stressed resources for the people there. So as such, that's a problem. Further alienation from indigenous environmental consciousness. That in itself is one of the escalation we're going to be facing. This is the next slide. Responses to this crisis. Yeah, over time we've had several responses to this crisis. We have responses from international sustainability frameworks. We have technological solutions for water purification. We have climate adaptation, restoration programs. We have ocean cleanup campaigns, amongst many others. There have been several attempts to resolve these issues. Of course, we do not deny all of those. This is the next slide. Yes, contemporary approaches, yes. The limitations, it's not showing very well. The limitations of contemporary approach. What are the problems I have identified, or what are the problems we have identified with these approaches that we think we need to reintroduce another kind of approach? So we have, that's like this. We have, it remains technocratic. It does not incorporate the use of indigenous knowledge systems. They lack ethical and spiritual dimensions to handling our water bodies. And lastly, the strategies are largely reactive. They only react. They refrain more from preventing all of this from happening. Please, the next slide. So how does circular economy comes in? Circular economy is defined as how we continue to use, reuse, and more like recycling something. So the goal of circular economy is to reduce environmental waste and pollution, to promote sustainability, amongst many others. But what has this study conceived of circular economy? There is the regenerative part of circular economy itself is what this study is trying to emulate. So it conceives circular economy as a restorative ecological framework grounded in indigenous naturopathic consciousness and in this case of the study, African indigenous naturopathic consciousness, where water bodies are preserved through harmony, conservation, spiritual stewardship, and sustainable environmental sustainability. Please, the next slide. And what's naturopathic healing? A naturopathic approach simply is defined. It's more like we saying the health using when you want to treat somebody, for example, approaching that healing through you healing the mind and letting the body heal itself.
So there's this belief that the water body has its own regenerative capacity to heal itself. But we need to put some things in place for it to be able to heal itself. That in itself is why we introduced this naturopathic healing, whereby we go back to our spiritual relationship with the water. By spiritual, we do not mean religious. Spiritual means having a good connection with nature, having an authentic connection with nature. That is what spiritual entails in its real sense. So here, right, that naturopathic healing will be like, let us approach the water bodies by trying to please pardon me, please. Approach the water body by trying to relate to them how you ought to relate to them. Please, the next slide. And then future prospect, whereby we're going to integrate indigenous ecological in education, collaborate with policymakers, amongst many others. Please, the next slide. And as such, we believe that this crisis entails our relationship with nature, and as such, ocean restoration requires not only technological solutions alone, and as such, we need to also implement, or rather incorporate indigenous knowledge system peculiar to the people. For example, people living in Osun State, the Osun water, their kind of approach to healing the water should be emulated and inculcated into all of these technological practices. Thank you very much.
So thank you very, very much. I was going to ask, what are the spiritual dimensions to handling water bodies, but then you answered it. Thank you very much. Well, I just have a quick comment, an observation. Really, your presentation is very aesthetic, but then please, in subsequent presentation, you please use bigger fonts so that we can follow up with you. And then the colors with the text are overlapping. Some of the text we couldn't see because they are overlapping on the brown background. And then the beautiful aesthetics, but then it now left very little space for your text, which even I sitting in front could hardly follow with. So please, have a question? Okay, quickly.
When you talk about naturopathy, something that I myself, my name is Benga Ojelabi from Fair Action, Nigeria. We are into water. We provide water for communities that are underserved. Okay, so I was saying that nature itself is something that over time we are actually, should I use the word declining over time? Because the issue of AI, different ways to, approach to life now comes with, AI, the invention of AI. So, but you see, we gradually are moving away from the natural things, and it becomes a concern that over time, everything becomes artificial. What is supposed to be real? Even like the question I wanted to ask about the biodiverse schoolyards that he was talking about all the time, and nobody could ask questions. I was like, this is a question that, that really affects our children and even ourselves in our various homes. Now you don't have tree near your house. You don't have all those natural things that we used to have while we were back in school. So in order to just keep this short, I love that work, but you were talking about the fact that it has to heal itself, like the body water, it has to heal itself and all that. But I think advocacy should be more on our attitude, our behavioral patterns to, the way, like in my own company, we have a present mapping we're doing to map the whole of Oyo State. And we realized that, you see, open defecation itself is a big deal. Like people poo in waterways, poo on the streets. You can, it got so bad that 2 of our researchers were like, they were even being chased by a madman on the road, because those places were so dirty with a lot of rubbish. So my point is just that let's go back to what is natural. Let's find our way back, because that's where man actually evolved from. We are natural men. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir. So we take the last presenter, number 59.
I am talking on assessing the impact of cassava peel enterprise on poverty reduction and circularity in Ilesha Metropolis, Osun State. There are three things to really emphasize. Number one, cassava enterprise. Two, poverty reduction and circularity. And that will form the basis of my discussion. When you look at our diets in Nigeria generally, cassava is the third source of calories after rice and maize. And it sustains over 80 million people in Africa, in Asia, and Latin America. Nigeria, as the world's largest producer with 60 million metric tons, the output calls for a concern because this large production of cassava also generates enormous waste. And this waste, if not well treated, will constitute environmental nuisance and can also cause a lot of health hazard. And that is more reason, rather than allow this waste to be a problem to us, we can convert the waste to waste. Which is the focus of circularity. Now, the need for circularity and the poverty reduction. The need for circularity stems out of the fact that limitations of linear economic model of take, make, and dispose underpinning our industrial developments is no longer producing as expected. And of course, the present thinking now is that of environmental sustainability and improving our environment. Instead of extracting, taking from the environment, we have to give back to the environment, which is part of the thinking in the circularity economy. So, circular economy stresses three things. Number one, designing out waste and pollution. Two, keeping products and materials in use. And three, regenerating natural systems. So circular economies convert agricultural residues to value products to create additional financial streams for farmers. And one of that stream is that of cassava peel. We all come from where cassavas are being produced every day. We see them. We see that most of the time, these peels are, when the cassava is being processed, we have peels, which is a waste. We have water and a lot of them. So if these wastes were not properly taken care of, it can give us environmental hazards. But the recent research has shown that these wastes can be wet and can be converted to waste. And that experiment was conducted at the RIT. The concept of high quality cassava peels emerged from this collaborative research of RIT and national partners, which shows that the peel, with some things mixed together, can be used for animal feed, the pig feed, and the rest of them. So rather than disposing this waste, it could generate incomes for our farmers. It could be a source of income to our farmer, to cassava processors, and also it can also be a means of feeding the animal. So one, it solves the problem of allowing that to be a waste in the environment. Number two, poverty reduction. Also, because of the waste, instead of allowing this waste to be a problem to us, we can convert the waste to waste, which is the circular economy. And the research has shown that circular cassava processing will create 2,000 jobs for women, filling their production about 135 different roles in that cassava production. The circular cassava processing enterprise generates employment, reducing poverty for 1,000 households. What is the problem there? The critical gaps exist in three, 4 areas. Number one, understanding the cassava peel enterprise. Then the economic returns and poverty reduction impact. Then three, the circularity outcomes. Then what are the barriers? And then enablers. 3 research questions were generated for this study. The study was carried out in Elisha and Metropolis, and we want to look at one, what is the nature of the nature and scale of cassava peel enterprise activities in Elisha and Metropolis? What is the impact of the cassava peel enterprise on poverty reduction among participants in Elisha and Metropolis, and how do cassava peel enterprises influence waste reduction and environmental sustainability in Elisha? So this the research was conducted and using a multi-stage method multi-stage techniques in gathering data, and that multi-stage method helped us to select 115 respondents, and the questionnaire were administered. Out of that 115 questionnaires, 99 were returned, and the descriptive statistics were used to analyze the data. Inferential statistics such as t-test, PRC model, PRC correlation, and a regression model were used to analyze the test. Out of the 3 approaches, 3 were tested. 3 were tested. The first one was accepted, and the rest 2 were rejected. The first one that was accepted, talks about the enormity, talks about. Let me quickly look at condition. Conclusion. Cassava Peels Enterprise is a profitable metal business in Elisha Metropolis. Circular cassava processing generates works and reduces multidimensional poverty among the cassava processors. Circularity enhances environmental sustainability, and circularity also brings much about impact on our economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's welcome just one question for him as we round up this session. A question from anyone? Any question? Okay, so let me ask, sir, Cassava Peel Enterprise. From when I was very young, I know that when cassava is peeled, the peel is sold to people that use it to feed goats and sheep. Now, from this study, sir, what different thing are we introducing? What is different from what it used to be in terms of circularity beyond just conventional, traditional practice and knowledge? Is there a new thing that this cassava peel enterprise is introducing that goes beyond what has been?
The new thing introduced is that with that cassava peel, instead of just giving the animal raw, sometimes it is left to be fermented. Sometimes it's other things are added to it. So, and when other materials like soya beans and rest of them are added to it, then a given to animal. The research has shown that such addition to that and boiling of it has give increase. It is in the where it is in that paper. The researches that are carried out so that instead of just giving it raw to animal, when treated with other materials, it brings more nutritional value to the animal that is being used for.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this session of presentations. I thank you for participating. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presence. And we hope to see you in subsequent sessions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you everybody for that session. Let's appreciate our superlative moderator again. He was just co-opted. You know, originally she was not supposed to be doing this, but we appreciate her. We say it. So in the next few minutes, we'll be transitioning to the award session, but we need to wait for rooms to join us. I will advise that you just walk around and we'll have biscuit later or something, or whatever we have as a parting shot, we'll serve. But you can just take a walk for 5 minutes. It's healthy for you.
Yes.
What is it about?
Come around.
Maybe.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, we have one more presentation. He just explained his situation to me. The wife just put to bed, and as a loving husband, he needed to make sure the wife is stable.
So
Yes. So we don't have any choice but just to take him. So just listen, 5 minutes if you can make it.
Thank
Then
you, sir.
Dr. Agula now will moderate for us. Thank you. Look, your time start now, sir.
Thank you, sir. Let me stand on the existing protocol. By name, I am Olaiton Ashimeyu from Osun State College of Health Technology, Elisha, General Study Department. I have the co-author, Babalola Latifat, same school, same department, Dadaluada Reflector, same school, same department. The title of today's paper is Embedding African Food Culture in Circular Economy Policy. Today, we'll be discussing about how the culture influence the eating habit in Africa in two countries, precisely Nigeria and South Africa. Of course, we are very much close to Nigeria, or we are more or less Nigerians, that we know the different habit of eating in South-South, in Southwest, in northern part of the country. So in different habit of the food in Nigeria compared to South Africa. The background of the study is circular economy, reduce waste and reuse resources, focus on sustainability and regeneration, Africa practice informal circular system, and food system link culture, economy, and environment. The eating habit of every nation in these two compared countries depends on the economy and the culture, the ethnics of the country. The problem of the statement of the problem, or problem of the statement. Policy emphasizes industrial recycling, indigenous knowledge of often ignored, cultural practice undervalued, leads to weak sustainability outcome. That is the problem of the state. The purpose of this paper is to examine, investigate the African food culture in policies. The African food culture in policies, compare the comparative between Nigeria and South Africa, and identify the gaps, the area where people have yet to touch, which is the waste product of the food culture in Nigeria and Africa. The quick concept: circular economy reduce, reuse, and generate African food culture, traditions, and indigenous food. The methodology: quantitative comparative studies was embedded, policy document analysis, 28 stakeholders were interviewed, case study to country. The key findings: in South Africa, there is a strong institutional framework put in place to checkmate the excess of wasting the food in South Africa. Policy support: there's enough policy put in place to support the wasting of the food in South Africa. Due to Nigeria, policy fragmentation, focus on industrial recycling, integration, challenges and urbanization, and poor enforcement. Recommendation: indigenous practice into policy. If these two countries can integrate indigenous practice into policy, promote communal participation, support traditional food system, like what we have neglected here in Osogbo. I'm from this town. When I was in primary school, we do eat eko and ojojo. But today, because we are now to modernization, or we are too much exposure, we prefer go to tantalizer, spices, and all the rest. So if I'm recommending that the government should promote the community participation, support traditional food system, develop hybrid modern traditional. In conclusion, African food culture support circular system must put in place. Integration is essential. Policy must be inclusive. Future sustainability depend on local knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Mami.
Please, do we have anyone with questions or contribution? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Presenter, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
On the first note. Carry. For those who want more, for some of us that are fully retired. Okay, yes, I love this subject matter very much. And you're comparing two countries, okay? Two countries. Number one, I want to say that increase in knowledge around food and nutrition is not something wrong. Eating eko and ojojo it's not correct. Ojojo is made from water yam, and that is largely carbohydrate. Eko is from maize. That is largely carbohydrate. So you are only eating carbohydrate and oil, maybe a little bit of salt in it, maybe a higher fiber consumption and carbohydrate. Not good for people of my age that is already careful with sugar and high glycemic index. But when we now look at your study, what is the big difference? Because I'm struggling to get that. The big difference between Nigeria. It's very difficult to take Nigeria as a place. I would have loved a situation where you localize it, maybe narrow it to Osho State, and you're saying Oshogbo and environs. South Africa is also big, and the Zulu land, the Xhosa people, the Venda people, and all those stuff. I'm saying all those things because I was once a professor there. I spent years there. So God bless. So I know the differences in eating culture. So as it relates to circular economy and policy development, what are the distinct differences you're seeing? Did you look at the influence of colonial leaders on how they recycle food waste or the type of stuff they consume? That would have gone a long way to really inform us from this particular study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presenter, and congratulations for the good news. I'm trying to look at the disparity and the distance. You are looking at embedding African food culture in circular economy policies. And you go to South Africa and you dive again to the West Africa. And the distance is actually very far. And I want to ask, why do you just pick only one country in each of these locations? If you're looking at the West and the South, how will you actually make informed decision based on what you have found? Because it's only one country you're picking, even per region, if you're going region on a region by region basis. So if you're handling that of West, you could also look at Ghana or any other country in the West, then South or that of the East. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to add to, I had the intention of asking you that what prompted the choice of this selection of South Africa, comparing it to Nigeria? You understand? Why South Africa?
Thank you. Let me start from the book. What prompted me was I've twice been in South Africa. Up to this moment, their lifestyle not yet changed up to this moment since the colonial era. The traditional pot we do use the olden day, Professor, they are still using in South Africa today. Ikuku. That today that we are now telling this one is cause answer, this one is this and that. They are still using the local pot that we are used to cook our grandmother to date in South Africa. Today now, when you move around in most clubs in Osogbo or in Osun State or in Nigeria, you are now using that traditional pot to cook the what's it called? The fish, the tilapia fish, or the are you getting it? So it's as if we were more or less, I'm trying to compare how we now decide to neglect the traditional way of eating before. It is true you said the and Kosa, Professor. If you remember, I said when we are very young. But today, in local areas in our society, you still see an old woman open the park, place the vegetable beside it, under that leaf, eating it. But you can see that is the reason why I'm trying to point out. All right. Yeah, because all right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right, I will, yes. And I will narrow it all right. To a particular culture, to a particular ethics in South Africa and Nigeria as well. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
People who have delivered. The wife delivered, the man has also delivered. Let's together for both. The man delivered paper, the woman delivered baby. Both of them, publish to prosper. Get pregnant to have babies. It's the same thing. Congratulations. I appreciate you.
waiting is moving very fast. Are you getting it? And let it go. So if people come in, I will stop. If people did not come in, I will not stop. I give you another gift. I give you another gift. You know, times are changing, whether you are young or old. Are you getting it? Times are changing. It is the era of ICT. Whether you are 100 level, or you are a postgraduate student, or you are a lecturer, or you are a researcher, if you are not online on platform that matters, you are out. Do you know now that when I scrutinize people for positions, for this, for that, where I get my critical information is your, what is that, Google what? Google Scholar. I mean, even when I evaluate people for professorship, it is not that they give me all those papers in full in a box. I randomly select like 10. I'm going to read to details, but I go and check your Google Scholar. Then I'm seeing what do you call it, an HQ index, and it's very low. That even my master student is having HQ index dandy. I want to become a professor. No. Then I go and check your LinkedIn platform. You are not writing anything. I tell you, even if you are doing junks, write something small and put it on LinkedIn. It will be there. LinkedIn researchment. If you are not there, please go online and put yourself there. You know, for those of you who may look for job and international job, once we bring it out, we have algorithm because we cannot read 200 applications. We put in algorithm. We put your thing into an algorithm. It will use the keyword and it will screen out. It will just give me 10 most qualified candidates. I can't read everything you're writing, but once you use the keyword and it checks your profile, it recommends you for me, then I will study the 10. I will select maybe 4 or 5 that I will call for interview. Everybody is using it. So if you are not online, you are not there. If you are not online, you are offline. Network. Does that make sense to somebody? Okay. Since people did not come, I stopped talking. I stopped talking.
Okay. We say that if you are not visible, you are not visible. So if you are not online, if you cannot see you, you are not visible. So to be visible, you have to be visible, more or less. Okay, so we'll be going to the section awards shortly. Some people are already online. It will be a very brief session, so we'll wait for them to join. Or should we start? Are they coming?
I just wanted to confirm if everybody has consented.
What about the groups?
The groups are closing now.
I don't find them.
Oh, I decided I hope 9, 9, 10, 10. There will be another series of 9, 9, 10, 10.
No, everybody has the man that the wife just put to bed. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So we can start the session now. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I can find I will give higher credit if we have scholarship and outside. I will need you. Okay, so let's start. We have many awards to be presented today, so you are welcome to the awards ceremony. Be happy. Just the last. Out of the awards, we have one of them that is a fellow of ESAPIN. ESAPIN is African Circular Economy Research and Policy Network. And that award goes to one of my friends, not in Nigeria, but she's based in many places, but I don't know where to put her now, either in Rwanda or South Africa or Madagascar. She will explain herself. Her name is Nejman Rose. Tell me, do you have a citation? Okay, yes, you can see her beautiful face. She will have loved to travel to join us, but for other reasons, she's not able to join. So I will invite somebody to read a citation, then we'll do a symbolic presentation. Who would like Professor come? Professor Adeola. Yes. Are you going to enjoy Professor? Are you not Adeola? You want me to call you your nickname? The one that I just discovered today. Your prof said I should not say I guess, sir. He said I should not say so.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for reading this beautiful citation. Nejman Rose is a circular economy expert with a strong ambition to advance circular solutions across Africa. Having lived and worked in East Africa for over 8 years, she recognizes the significant potential of circular economy practices to unlock opportunities for business, empower youth, and drive a greener, more inclusive economy on the continent. Through her own platform and consultancy, Circular Africa, founded in 2022, she applies her expertise in circular economy through advisory, project work, and research initiatives. She currently coordinates and oversees technical assistance activities under the Circular Food Systems Program, CIRF, as the project lead for ACEN, supporting 20 companies in adopting circular practices, business practices. Previously, ELCA Economic Research Program at African Leadership University, overseeing 11 research projects in 4 African countries that resulted in multiple academic publications. She also initiated and coordinated one of the first academic research topics, accelerating the circular economy transition, innovations and developments from Africa, dedicated to documenting circular economy developments in Africa in collaboration with the scientific journal Frontiers. This research initiative comprises 12 peer-reviewed open access papers authored by 38 researchers covering developments across 6 countries: Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, and Nigeria, while situating these insights within broader Pan-African research priorities. This work will soon be published in an ebook. ELCA strongly believes in the importance of developing projects to drive circular economy innovations, products, and services, tailored resulting in economic and employment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Elka Ross.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Just give me one because we didn't come with, because we know she will be joining online. Okay, by the time you were able to meet somehow, you will be getting something like this that has your in the one that I will present to you when I see you, you will have your photo. You will have your photo in there, and it will look as beautiful as this. Yes. Oh, you have got the script, but don't worry, she's saying it. So congratulations to you for doing this. I think so we give an acceptance speech.
Thank you, Vale.
She will give
Thank you so much.
acceptance speech now. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say thank you so much for for the wonderful nomination. I pretend like I received it here. You can send me a beautiful picture of the award, and also as you know, and we have been working closely together with each other. So also appreciation for you as well. Yeah, so thank you so much. Anyone who is interested in the work regarding the circular economy work, if you would just Google the title of the research topic, actually, if you just search accelerating the circular economy transition, if you just Google it, you will find it. And I think otherwise, I think Dr. O'Reilly can also support. But yeah, once again, thank you so much for the nomination and for having this opportunity. To answer your question, I'm calling in from Rwanda, so thank you so much.
I was saying that when you come to Rwanda, no, when you come to Nigeria, you will have the award, or when I come to Rwanda, Kigali, I will present to you formally. Just to say that whoever becomes a fellow of ISAP is now, can now have the right to use F ISAP added to the name. That is, if you are Olawale Olaide, FACERPIN. It shows that you are a fellow of ISAP. Let's clap for her. That's what she has gained from today. Yeah, thank you. She's very wonderful. We edited a journal work together in Frontiers in Sustainability, the section on circular economy, where we had 12 papers. And I think she mentioned that in the citation. Thank you very much. AK, you are free to leave now. Let me also say that through AK, I supported one of my mentees, Shokpe, that you know today, that is working on GABA, coordinating the carbon offset project, was in Rwanda for a training, courtesy our relationship, and was supported by AK. And she's always free to support people. If you continue with us with circular economy, you have a lot of opportunities to gain from her. She's the founder of Circular Africa. So you can get her on LinkedIn, and maybe I can also add that to our platform so that you can ask questions if you need. Is there any question you want to ask her before she leaves? Any questions? Any questions? Going? Okay, you are free to go now. Thank you. Please, regards to your husband and your son, tell them I love them. And I will come to visit you soon. All right, so let's come back home. We want to be brief. In the next 15, 20 minutes, we should be done. Dr. Ajayi, are you here? Okay, we'll skip that. We have some awards for the host institution, the chairman, the co-convener, and the university. So that will come like the chairman. So these three are going together to Union. Okay. These two awards, they supported us. How many of us enjoyed our tea breaks? Yesterday, today. If you want more, we can even give you. We have excess. Okay, you want, right? So we have Cabri. Okay, there are a lot of stories around this thing, but let me give you the story of Cabri. Cabri, my first consultancy was with IFPRI. No. It's IRI, International Livestock Research Institute on IIT campus. And while I was there, this man, Mr. Mole, was the office assistant, and he had a son who was just finishing university. So when we were planning, fast forward, when we were planning, then we thought of organization. Then I remember, then along the way, I saw his name on LinkedIn. Prof mentioned LinkedIn, and I realized that he was working or now working with Capri. I said, is this your mole that I know the father in IITA? I just responded to him that, oh, congratulations, blah, blah, blah. You work with Capri now. Then I said, send your phone number to me so that we can continue conversation. So he said phone number, and I said, oh, we're having a conference in Oshogbo. Can Capri assist us? He said, yes, but I'm not the one in charge of Oshogbo that I'm in Ibadan. That it will link me with somebody who is working in Oshogbo. Fast forward, that is why we are here, and you enjoy the Bonvita, right? Yes, so because of that connection, our name is Interconnections for Making Africa Great, Empowered, and Sustainable. Images Initiative. We like to connect with people, and it is our connection that has connected you to this. Help us to clap for Calvary. Perhaps they will see the video and not the photo. Can you take their photo? Can somebody come and present? Who is in Oshogbo? Can come and receive it on behalf of Cadbury, please. Cadbury Nigeria PLC. Yes, Adabanija. Yes, Adabanija. Quickly. Oh, I will call another one. The next one is Nestle. Where is coming? So help us to present this to Cadbury. Actually, the chairman will do, but you're just receiving on behalf of Cadbury so that we'll take the photo. Thank you. Thank you very much. The second one is the second organization sponsor. There's a story. There's a story behind this too. We started this conference. Are you with me? If I don't like people talking when I'm talking, so when I'm in class, I tell people write silence vertically and write listen vertically. They match it. It matches perfectly. Now, Nestle, when we started a conference in 2020, it was COVID year, we went online. In 2021, we wanted to, as you know, we just want to be different from other conferences. Maybe you can at least find 3 things that are different in what we do and others. One, Can you mention 3 things that are different from other conferences that you are familiar with? 1, registration free. 2, planting, tree planting. Okay, what again? Presentation of award. A clap for us now. So 3 different from us that you have identified. Conference free. We plant trees on the 4th day of our conference. The 3rd is that we also, on the last day, we go on picnic. Have you ever had a conference that organized picnic? Oh, amazing. We are different. That's the way God has designed us. So back to Nestle. So we wanted to award some people that are doing certain things correctly. So we went online, Nigerian Stock Exchange, we say any company that is having sustainability reports, different categories, and Nestle won the award for that year for food and beverages. We didn't know them. Even when we called them to come and collect award, they say which award? We didn't bid for any award. Why are you calling us to come and collect award? But they had dragged them from Lagos, somebody from Ibadan came, and that was 2021. Fast forward February this year, I was in a meeting, the one I told you earlier, Nigeria Circular Economy Week. And I met with representative of Nestle, and I told them, oh, we will be organizing a conference in May, and we would like you to support us. Then I quickly remember that, in 2021, we gave you an award. Then the person was asking me, who did you give the award to? Then thank God my phone, thank God for Google that saved all my past contacts. Then I was able to trace the WhatsApp communication and the name of the person. Say, oh, I know this person is in Ibadan, this one is in Lagos, but she's my junior and all that. So I met the highest ranking person, the person that gave the goodwill message yesterday. You remember Victoria? And she said, I will support you. Imagine what they gave us. They gave us 2,000 bottles of water. We cannot. Please. The people yesterday, people were saying, we give them money, afternoon, evening water. That's ridiculous. 2,000 bottles. That is, the pack is 20, and they gave us 100 of it. Right. That was going on. They gave us Milo. I mean, what they gave us when we are asking to quantify is over ₦1 million. Yeah. They gave us Milo. What they gave us, we only brought half. We still have half in Ibadan. What again?
Cadbury 3-in-1.
Cadbury 3-in-1. The Nestle and the Nescafe. I don't take it, so that's why I don't know anything. and the Milo 3-in-1. Nescafe 3-in-1, Milo 3-in-1. We brought half of what they gave us. Even the half that we brought, we have not finished it. Maybe as we are going now, we'll just be giving you something here. We are just different. You cannot compare us, right? I just want to say that connection is very important. Don't think that my mother will always tell me, and even the Bible says that cast your bread upon the waters. You will have it after many days. I think I was telling him, you will find it, but you will find it, no bread in your house. But we don't know how many days. One day with God. So I'm just saying that this is good so somebody to come and accept on behalf of Nestle for us. A lady, the man did that one. Dr. Tukele, you can come. It's you I know now. So we put the logo of Nestle and we told this what they have done with us. It's like this. And you see what they have. I know Dr. Jai is around now. I think Dr. Roti is also here. University has been so magnanimous. You received your own yesterday. But I want you to receive on behalf of the university today. This is the first university. No, we have been to at least 3 universities, apart from UI. We've been to Koladaisi University, and we have also been in Lake City University, right? Yeah, we went to Tollgate area. This is the first time we are moving inward from Ibadan to Osogbo. And sincerely, the university has been very helpful in supporting us, not just facilities, but in terms of human capacity. Let's clap for Union. They are so well trained, the people so well. They deliver their service cheerfully, not grudgingly. So we want to say that. And on behalf of all of us, we want to present this to the university. It's a word of appreciation to Osun State University for hosting us 2026. Well, we can get this for you. Does it deserve an award? Why? Very happy. That we recognize. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you. The next award is, are we together? They are talking. Andrew, they talk. Okay. Now, usually we normally announce. There are some awards that we just give to people based on what they have done. But there are some awards that we allow other people to give us feedback that these people deserve this award. And for the first time, the award on Africa Green Business Award, you call AGBA, Africa Green Business Award. For the first time, we decided to have a poll. We called for nomination. Then we shortlisted 2, the best 2, and we asked people to vote for them. So based on the voting, we are now going to present the result for the first time. So the people here, no, tell me the voting result first. This is the winner, but there's a presentation on the results. Yes. Happy viewing. Just make the form. So it's called Africa Green Business Award 2026. Show the slideshow. Okay. So when we want to present the award, you leave this. Yeah. But let's go to next. Let me give them the story of the award. We have to, as I said, we shortlisted 2 people. The first one is Meeting Met. I will tell you what Meeting Met does, the profile. But the second one is Seed Hub. So let's continue. Are you familiar with these organizations? How many of you voted during the voting period? Okay, I think we have some people that voted. Good. Now listen to the result of the vote. So we had Meeting Met. This is what they do. They are redefining waste. They are the award-winning Nigerian materials and artisan enterprise transforming invasive plants and agricultural residue into design forward. No, you can design backward, but they own it to forward. Homemade products that embody sustainability, craftsmanship, and innovation. Next, Seed Hub too. Seed Hub is an acronym. The seed here means Climate Emerge Innovation Development. It's a youth-focused sustainability organization dedicated to equipping African youth with the skills, knowledge, and opportunity to drive climate action, green innovation, and inclusive development. Through practical hands-on programs, the hub bridges the gap between knowledge, real-world applications across sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, and circular economy and environmental conservation. Those are the two organizations. Let's see the results, the votes. We are a total of 166 votes within 3 days or so that we've done before. And this is how the results emerge. A, we don't want to reveal the name yet. A scored 103 and B scored 60 votes. The winner is, can you guess? The winner is who? The winner is, let's see the winner. The winner is Mitimet. Who is representing Mitimet here? Oh, come forward. Now we put A before, but now we are putting there. So she's here to represent, come on stage, to represent Mitimet, and somebody will be reading the citation of Mitimet. Who would like to read it? You are looking at me as if you want to read, right? Come, why not? Let's go there. So let's have the profile of Mitimet as a common.
All right, thank you very much. Mitimet profile. Mitimet is redefining waste. We are an award-winning Nigerian materials and artisan enterprise, transforming invasive plants and agricultural residues into design-forward handmade products that embody sustainability, craftsmanship, and innovation. From water hyacinth to banana fiber, coconut shells to bamboo, Mitimet recovers and reimagines natural materials into premium collections of home textiles, rugs, lightings, mirrors, planters, dining ware, accent furniture, stationery, art and fashion accessories, with each piece rooted in secular design and cultural expression. Since inception, Mitimet has trained over 1,000 coastal and riparian community members and now works with a growing network of over 200 skilled home-based artisans, creating sustainable livelihoods while restoring local ecosystems. Our handmade pieces, recognized for their authenticity and craftsmanship, have styled the spaces of Afremix Bank, Microsoft, Facebook, Verot Capital, and being featured at local and global showcases, including Nigeria's Secular Future Fabric Expo, London, Vienna Design Week Lagos, Lagos Fashion Week, EcoBank Design and Build Expo, Arts Fair, and more. At Mitimet, we don't just make products, we weave purpose, amplify community, and champion sustainability from Africa to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mitimet. Thank you.
Now, on behalf of all of us, I want somebody to present. Okay, let me tell you something about this award. When we started in 2021, I think the first time we gave award on AGBA was 2022. The person we gave the award to, because I told you we don't want to know you, we just want to know you by what you normally do. So it came, if you go on our website, you will see it, you will see the person with the wife. It's Tamela Tea and Foods. And she said the husband said one thing that I will never forget. He said, throughout his lifetime, when he was working with organization, that who's talking? This is important. Okay. Now listen to this, because maybe you have not picked something since we started this conference. We are not ending today, it's tomorrow. But you don't know when something will just drop in your spirit and you will take it on. So this person, when we invited him for the award, he was almost crying. He said that throughout the time he worked with organization, that he was never rewarded nor awarded. And this is the first time in his lifetime that he's receiving an award, and we don't know him. We just said, who is doing something great? Maybe you know the Bible, maybe bullshit. Maybe you know something. Who is that doesn't help to anybody? That can do a favor, that can favor. And we recognize it. You know, that award has taken places. It's celebrated, put it everywhere. There's another person, this award is so precious to us because each person that received the award is transformed. Just watch them from this point. The another person that got the award afterwards is called Koliko Wares in Ghana. Google Koliko Ware. That award has taken place. It has been to BBC, CNN, just telling them about the award. The other person that won this award is Planetary R. So I think just go to these people, Tamela Tea and Foods, Kokoliko Wares, and 3R. You will see these people, they never remain the same way. And that's why we are saying that, because God is pushing us, and for the first time, we said, no, we will not be doing this ourselves. We want people to decide, to throw it open by voting. So be doing something. Maybe somebody has never rewarded you, awarded you. Your own award will come, right? Now, who's going to present this? Who is in business? Who's exhibiting here? You know, sometimes when you are doing the wedding, they will say, let's throw something. Maybe you are doing. Oh, come. Come present. Let's clap for her. Come and do this on behalf of us. The Africa Green Business Awards 2026 goes to Meet.
Okay, African Green Business Award 2026 presented to MeetMed in recognition of outstanding contributions to wealth creation, circular business, and environmental sustainability in Africa. This day, 14 May 2026.
Okay, so on behalf of MeetMed, we are saying thank you for the recognition, and we promise to do more and more, better and stronger.
She's talking like Hillary Clinton. Better together, stronger together. Anyway, and the last but not the least is the one I call Egbomi, but It's not just because it's a grumbling word, because it's troublesome. He has shown some colors today. There are people we call walking lumon. Hey, can I be somewhere? Everyone's so quiet. If you're quiet, I call you are going to one leg. Yes, you know we have come. After they don't give it. Yet the next person is this award that we started last year. You know, we just feel that we're a platform that should be recognizing good deeds, character, distinctions in the society. So we started our mentorship program in 2020, but we didn't start awarding people what we call Dama now, Distinguished African Mentor Award. We didn't start until last year. And the first person to receive it is Professor Brice Simpson of Abome Calave University. He served as Vice Chancellor, and because we didn't know, but God just do it. So it was when we got the award to him that I now discover why he should be the one. He now told us the story that he has trained, and I've never had anything like that. He has trained 87 PhDs. 87 PhD. I've never had anybody like that in Africa, or maybe. So you can Google Professor Brice. It's like B Rice, Brice. Since like commit sin 2 times. Since. I'm not joking. So type Professor Brice Simpson, and you will see his profile. So for this second year, we now decided from last year that the person will come from our mentorship program. And we set the criteria. You know, it's not just free to get things from me. You know, you have to work for it anyway. We set the criteria. We said anybody that has served as mentor for consecutively for 5 years. Go easy. 5 years as a mentor consistently with track record, you can see your mentee state taking up some of these issues. And the person that won the award is no other person than Professor Oluwole Abiodun Fatumbi. Let's clap for him. Yes. Closer. I need somebody to, if you want to be a professor, raise your hand. Okay. Who is a professor in this meeting that is from outside Union? You are a professor in this meeting and you are not from Union. Nobody. No professor that. Okay, if you have professor here from Union, raise your hand. Oh, only Mama. And you know they qualify. Oh yeah, say what about you? It's a great honor. Profile one. Take it. Set the car. Can you make it bigger?
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
The profile.
No, you're not professor. Your professor is talking and you are still talking. Those people, tell me where.
I think I'm also, it is right for me to read this because he and I all graduated from the University of Ibadan, Faculty of Agriculture, and we were in the same fellowship. It's all circularity. Professor Oluwole Abiodun Fatumbi, whose profile I'm glad to present to you this afternoon, is an accomplished African economist, research leader, and mentor whose career spans over 2 decades of impactful contributions to agricultural research and innovation systems across the country. He currently serves as of Research and Innovation at the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, FARA, where he provides strategic leadership to continental, advancing agricultural transformation, soil health, and innovation-driven development. A graduate of the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Professor Fatumbi holds a doctorate in farming systems, agronomy, and has built a distinguished career that bridges science, policy, and practice. He has played key roles in shaping wide initiatives, including promoting the innovation system approach with the innovation platform as its operational instrument. He advanced the multi-stakeholder partnership as vehicles for accelerating agricultural impact. His work spans over 40 African countries, engaging government, research institutions, and development partners. Beyond his professional leadership, so Fatumbi is widely recognized for his passion for capacity development and mentorship of young professionals. He has supervised and mentored many graduate scholars at MSc, PhD, and postdoctoral levels, contributing significantly to the development of the next generation of African scientists. He has also trained and mentored over 200 outstanding actors in agricultural innovation systems, equipping them with practical tools for transformative change. Okay, since the inception of the African Mentorship Program, AGMP, he has served fellows alongside his broader teaching and mentorship across multiple universities in Africa, in the University of Ghana, the University of Fort, and University. With over 120 scientific publications and numerous continental engagements, Professor Fatumbi's legacy is defined not only by scholarship, but by the people he has inspired, trained, and positioned to lead Africa's agricultural transformation. Congratulations to Professor Fatumbi.
I will now invite the chairman, no other person than the chairman of the 6th Circularity Africa Conference. Look, the 7th Circularity Africa Conference to present the award on behalf of all of us.
Thank you very much, sir. I feel very honored to be called to present this award to our eminent distinguished professor. I've been seeing his pictures. I've been seeing his name. I've been seeing his signature. I've been receiving newsletters in his name. So when he came in today, I'm like, I know this person, I know this person. When someone else mentioned it, I said, and now I've been called to present the award. I think, thank you for the, thank you for everything you've been doing with Images Initiative, with ASEPing, for all the mentees you have trained. Thank you for representing Nigeria so well in the international space. And thank you for finding the time to be here to receive it personally. It means a lot to us. On behalf of ASEPing, Images Initiative, on behalf of all of us, we say this our congratulations.
To his acceptance speech. And the daughter is here, right? Please come on stage and support daddy. Woo! Let's clap for her. It's a family affair, no? Thank you. Thank you. And we'll send our regards to mommy. She would have loved to be here too. Yes. That has already given her assignment. Hold this for me. No, show it like this.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Everyone, you cannot be a mentor and be a man of few words. And so give me a few minutes to express my gratitude. Dr. Wale made a statement that almost touched me. And I'm a very emotional person. When he said, the other person you gave an award to almost cried because he has done so many and nobody recognized. I almost fall into that category of individual. But in the last 2 years, the awards started coming. Maybe because I complained to God in prayers. And so I want to thank the organizers for going through all the scrutiny, talking to people, checking, doing background check, and considering me worthy of this award. I really value the process. Then I want to thank the mentees, all my mentees. You know, in mentorship, even training postgraduate students, I'm really very careful because you can fail if the student or the mentee is not trainable. There are so many that are not trainable. So there are criteria that we use. But almost all that I've gotten have actually made me proud. I've never had a postgraduate student that spent beyond 3 years. And before you go, you would have given us minimum of 3 publications in international journal. So because of that, I dedicate this award to my mentees for resilience, for their talent, and for the hard work they all give to make me proud. A teacher is as honored as his product. I mentioned it earlier on that many of them are in high places in university. You know what I target is that by the time you are leaving me and you are graduating, you are just suitable to be taken as a senior lecturer in most universities. So when you go with 6 publications in international journals, you have attended conferences at least 2 per year, and then you are known on the social media, then you can articulate what you are doing. And that makes me to thank them and dedicate this to them. Also, most things my family works with, those in academics and research at international level. You also know that marrying any of us is a sacrifice. We are very calculated people. We use statistics to share our money. You'll be getting money, we take good care of you, but we are not romantic. Yeah. So those who marry us, we must appreciate them every time. So I thank my wife and my children. They are all very, very well. What is very technical, and I'm passionate about that. I want to talk about the power of mentorship. And it's good to just use a Yoruba adage. And I will say it in English, but you know what it is in Yoruba. What the elders will see sitting down. Okay? A younger fellow, even when he climbs the path, cannot see. And so when you see anyone try it very well, it is because some individuals they have learned here. If Africa is being together, then we must be willing, the seniors will be willing to let advice. Sometimes Young people don't want to take the advice. Sometimes when they are close enough, they think we know nothing. You get it, but we must first speak their truth. So my mentorship philosophy is to shape Africa, and it is compulsory. I mean, and we must do it. We must share knowledge. We must share everything we know. For those who know me, when I make presentation, I see some other people, they will turn it into PDF picture so that nobody can use it. You know what I want to tell people? I will say no copyright on this presentation. Feel very free to use it anywhere. You can even remove my name and put your name. And I've been paid by an international organization. So what I can do is an international public group. Let everyone use it. Because I believe that knowledge sharing drives sustainability. If your knowledge, if it dies without sharing it, it dies with you. It did not make any meaning to your work. So I want to do a bit of call to action. My big sister is here, our host, Prof. I want to challenge every senior academic here to please become mentors, not just a supervisor. They are two different things. Don't become a terror to students. Don't destroy their career. Please don't waste their time. You know my philosophy. You know my philosophy and practice. No student submission spent 2 weeks in my office. No student submission spent 2 weeks in my office. You guys are very funny. And you just go to the answer and say, let the stupid professor struggle with it. Yes, I struggle with it because I believe that you don't know what you're doing. In that you will not have it. But I don't waste student time. I even encourage them to finish so that I can continue. I want to challenge the institution to please invest into mentoring. And you get me mentoring. My university is in South Africa. If your student did not graduate at the right time, you are in trouble. Yeah, because we give scholarship for postgraduate students and we cannot continue. And so we call you to order. You know, when we mentor, we are lifting our own onto continental prosperity. And I have this vision for Africa that I project passionately everywhere in Europe, in America, everywhere. I get so many news. I believe that Africa should take hold of its research endeavor. We should take leadership. Nobody should come to Africa to do it for us. We should take leadership and do it for us. I have an unwavering faith in Africa capacity to generate strong technology, strong innovation, and implement it in the direction of our human. The development partners should support us, but it's a shame if they will support us and they will still do it for us. And that is why we must teach, train, and develop, mentor, and develop citizen scientists. I hate to grant PhD to students that will not be able to stand and defend it. And so sometimes it's difficult. You say we are difficult. Yes, a difficult mentor is the best because he will push you to do the right thing. Not much that I will continue to do. It is something I do naturally, I do in church, I do in society, I do it in the academic side. I will continue to do it, whether opportunity lends itself or not. I will create the opportunity to train the next generation. So I thank you once again for our organization. Let me represent the African progress. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
award winners will show the award. I can even give you a star one to show if you want to take person with the award. Okay, this means Papa, you can do that later. Can you see that? Oh, this is nobody to collect it now. Okay, announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big honor and privilege to have you in these last 3 days. And I want to believe that you enjoy every moment. Hey, somebody's talking now. I want us to finish my culture. What if you don't finish my culture? My God, I will tell my mind the conference today has ended. Okay. Don't worry, I know you are emotional. And please sit down. Okay. Just 5 minutes, we will be done. You have been patient with us for the last 3 days. And we are patient when they say son. If you are international, if you are outside, I would say, go and spend the money and nobody. That honor. All right. It's not something. If the opportunity is not available, you will create it. That's what you do. Mentors. I think that is to connect. Mentors create opportunity. I think from all the things I've mentioned, there were no awards to create awards. We recognize people, we do things that we want to see. Not because I from sustainability angle, which was about looking to the future, but also saying that if this world is good, let's continue. If this world is not good, let's make it good. By all means, it must be good, right? Because we're a good man and good. So I want to thank you all for your patience with us in the last 3 days. Tomorrow will be on picnic. I told you, maybe before you go, there are 7 things that is unique about this our conference. So we have stated 3, but there are more that we need to find out. One of them is that we organize tour and picnic at the end of the conference. The beginning, we will plant trees and do robotics, which is talking about the future. We will plant the tree, not that the trees will germinate today and bear fruit, but it's about the future. Right? We do robotics. Not just because we know that robotics are acceptable and intelligence, but we know that is the future. Before now, when I was finishing my undergraduate, we used to go to where we work from staff to 30 people. Those people, they are all desktop there. But now, if you go there, you don't even send it on the table. What they do, they put the laptop and go home. They bring the following day, they bring it. They don't even need this space. So that is the better join AI. Not that okay. AI means artificial assistant, no intelligent assistant. It helps you to do many things that you struggle, right? I'm preparing my faculty lecture and I design a table creatively and say, send it to AI to help me to explain it. And even though I'm the one that designed the table or display it. So AI is different. I like it. Now, tomorrow we're going for the talk. We'll go, where's the chairman? Yes. We are going to Ejigo tomorrow. This conference was nice. Another thing I like to Osogbo is not on Tuesday. Campus has at least 6 campuses, right? Because if you are in 2 out of 6, what percentage is that? You are passed, even though it's not possible. You are passed. So go to Ejigo, go do what we did in day 1. We're going to
dance on three there and fellowship with the brethren there. And mommy. Then we come back to campus. We come back to campus, all to get to the bakery. Maybe they will give us bread. Who wants the bakery? Who are able to tell them we are going to the bakery tomorrow? They will come to the house. I will see you know So we'll come back and take lunch there, or we'll take breakfast. So by 7, we want to leave. If you are staying around town, we'll join us from Shasha, then we'll move from there. We have big Makopolo. It's good to be connected. The other state government, through our connection, gave us that box. Initially, it was not now. Connection to bring you in and make life easy for you. No matter what I suffer as the researcher is from those part of our story. When I say, so I struggled to go to secondary school, university, especially my master. I say, God, I pray. What I went through, my generation will not pass me. I'm going to raise a generation that will enjoy scholarship. And that's why we spend mentorship. We want our conference, no conference that spend money. To use your money to do research, you want to go and present the system and pay. I don't like that. We complain about complication. We have John now, we have paid them. Don't be free to start 3 years ago. Don't raise money everywhere, but it won't be you. You don't do your work, we'll be promoting you by your promoter manager. But then you will stand up with more details on the platform and then you follow up. But if I'm traveling now, we wish you join the message and we will continue all the other issues on the platform. Let's come and you are working out, show your work, they'll take photo with you and we go. Thank you. And God bless. I will not, after coming, I want to appreciate your show again. But it's not the environment. Let me check in so that hello, please. Hello. Hello, sir. Come on.
One more time.
One, two, three, babies. Yeah.